Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, as is usual, I have planned a walk. We will go somewhere. The good news for those that might be on free trial or might be on alts or whatever is that I can say that the destination is accessible by all players. But we are starting where we left off last time. Once we reach our destination, as is tradition, we will go through some clips. I can say right now that we have so many clips that I do not think we will get through all of them. We might get through some of them. We might even reach a point in later walks and talks where I will have to go, we can't do all of them, because there's so many now. But we'll deal with that when we get there. Also, just a quick reminder for anyone that posted a clip for the clip review is I will generally prioritize clips where the person who posted it is in the chat. And if I don't have enough time for everyone, then that basically means that I will only look at clips from people that are in the chat. With the logic being that it's a lot more meaningful for the person who posted their clip to experience it being reacted to live than getting it after the fact. And it also means that people don't, send a clip and then just don't show up for it, right? It's not. That, deliberately doing that is maybe a bit rude. Some just can't because of the timing of the stream. But yeah, it basically means that those that want their clip to be reviewed will probably put in the effort to be there. Or will tell me that it's okay that we look at it without them. It also helps to take note that there is a guide on what to do when you're posting the clips. And I'm mainly saying that because I see at least one, if not two clips posted since last time that have no description or so little that I don't know what to do with it. Like, if you're posting a clip of a dungeon run, then tell me what we're looking for. Did something happen in the dungeon run? Are you looking for advice for your job? Do you have problems with specific things? Did something cool happen? Did you do something amazing? Like, I'm not, I can't do anything with a 20-minute clip of a dungeon if I have no idea what I'm looking for. If it's 20 minutes in full, I will probably also watch it faster. Because, there's 20 minutes. I've given this advice before as well, is that if you know that the thing you want advice on is this particular boss, then say that, or just send that. Because if you say, I would like some advice on what to do here, then we might, it might be a 30-second clip, it could be a 2-minute clip. We might spend 10 minutes just talking about that. Or 15 minutes or 20 minutes just talking about that to figure out what actually is optimal here. But if you send the whole dungeon and don't say what the problem is, then we will look at all of it and conclude maybe, oh, there was this thing you could have done better there, and that's it. So by being more focused when you want advice or being more focused when you want to show something is really good. Less is more sometimes. But I'm not saying you can't send a whole dungeon clip, but you'll probably find that the advice will be focused on the first few pulls and the first boss, and then it kinda skims out because we've already covered everything. So, think about it. But anyway, not trying to say that you're thank you all for those clips. It's an amazing problem to have too many clips that people want me to see than too few, right? Now, anyway, hey Talaba, hey Zaf, hey Seras, hey Nox, hey Naomi, hey Agent Monica, hey Gazel, hey Tina Lee, hey Ilya, hey Shorakai, hey Ridian, hey Tabi, hey Selly, hey Rust, hey Brontome, hey Jacob, hey Catfish Jr., and hey Milo. Hope you're all doing very well. And hey Tong, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, that seems to come and go in waves, Gazel. I remember back in Endwalker there were periods where we had too many clips as well. I also remember there was one clip that I had for like 3 months, and eventually it was just like, the person who posted this isn't coming. Zav can play Final Fantasy 1 while watching stream. Awesome. I hope you're having fun. Nox is time to see how much of the backlog we can get through. Yep, pretty much. Agent Monica says, how are you liking the job changes of 7.3? I haven't actually experienced a lot of them. Let me put it like this. My experience of the job changes is that yesterday I spent like 15 minutes flipping through every single one of my most recent job guides to update or add the patch notes to say this changed, this is what that means. And it was pretty funny to go through all of the tanks and say nothing changed. Tedemar says, don't you suppose this explanation would be better suited for when you're about to start the clip review? Could be, but Tedemar, some people might watch from the start, hear this, and then jump to maybe they're watching it in post, right? I might mention some of these things again when we get to the clip review, but usually I give like these informational stuff at the start because like it's easier to find it then, right? A very slow Sastasha run. Like someone posts like a 30-minute Sastasha run, and it's because everyone is walking through the dungeon. I don't even know, would that take 30 minutes? How long would it take to walk through Sastasha? And the reason why I think that's interesting is because if you actually walked through Sastasha, it might take so long that you basically just don't stop at any point. Aside from like at the bosses, maybe. Jacob says, can we all just talk about how amazing 7.3 has been? I think it's been good. I will say I was really disappointed that... So I did the stream of going through the entire MSQ Tuesday. And I also did a stream of going through the New Alliance raid, and then we had Savage raid later. A lot of people have watched specifically the MSQ stream, but what I was disappointed by was that it's a little exhausting for the, umpteenth time to have the, oh, the story sucks comments. But what was actually more frustrating for me is that stream has an abnormally large amount of dislikes for my streams, which tells me that people go, I don't like the MSQ story, so I will dislike the stream from the streamer showing it to me. Which I find sad and hilarious at the same time. And also just really indicates a lot of people might not really, recognize what the dislike thing is for. It would be like if someone presents an argument that you disagree with, then you say in the comments that you disagree with the argument. But if you enjoyed the video, then you like the video. If the video is bad, then you dislike it. But if you just don't agree with the content, that's not that's not what the dislike button is for necessarily. If you really disagree with it, then maybe it's a complicated, and that's why people sometimes misunderstand how to use that feature, I think. Because yes, sometimes it's not correct to like something because you thought it was you could genuinely say that that content was good, but that you had ample reason to dislike it. But I'm just saying, a lot of people use the dislike to just say I disagree with what you said, just flatly. It's like the have you ever seen those where it's a little bit like I've sometimes seen these reviews where someone leaves a 1-star review on something, and then right at the top of their review, they say, this is actually a positive review, but I disagree with star ratings, so I give it 1 star. And it's like, okay, that's good for you, but no one else is going to notice that or care. So can't you just play the game that we're playing? Right? You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of missing the point. Now I'm a little bit behind on it. I'll get back to that, Jacob. And yeah, I also like the new dungeon. I also like the new trial. Taldemar says the extended draw distance for enemies is insanely handy for hunt scouting. I could imagine. There's actually one particular thing that makes me afraid of using the draw distance. I'll explain that in a moment. And that is true, Taldemar. I'll probably explain it briefly when we get to the clip review again. Also, hey Zenauto and Image Friend. Hope you're doing well. And hey Aerodel. Hope you're doing well as well. And Matoro and Emily. And Fila. And Wolf News. I'm going to Instance 1. And Kamal. And Asymmetricon and Betelgeuse. Hope you're all doing well. And yeah, actually, Milo, some people dislike them, as it turns out. The weird thing is sometimes I'll see that there are dislikes, and then a few days later they disappear. I don't know entirely how that works, but maybe YouTube decided that the dislike wasn't qualified or something. I don't know. But sometimes they don't disappear. And I mean, it's fair if you don't enjoy the stream. It's just, specifically with the MSQ stream, I noticed that, that's weird that it has a particularly high percentage of dislikes. And also a particularly high amount of comments of people disliking the MSQ. Like, there's a little bit of a correlation here. And that's also true, Sally. They could be disagreeing with me if I said I liked it, and I did kind of defend some key points in the story, and I did enjoy it. But that's still, like, that's part of what... Oh, look who's there! Fantastic! Oh, hi! But that's still complicated, because that's like a very small percentage of the stream. That is me saying that I liked it. But that is true. That is also how you can end up disliking it. And thank you, Kamal. And exactly, Bronson. That is what it sounded like. That is how it feels like, is that a lot of them seemed like they might have skimmed a little bit through the story or went in with the expectation that it was going to be bad. And the thing is, if you go in to, like, watching a movie or something, expecting it to be bad, then what you're going to be looking for is reasons to justify that you think it's bad. Because your brain will do that. If you want it to be bad, then your brain is going to try and justify that opinion. So if you go into the MSQ expecting and wanting it to be bad, then it's going to be bad. Like, I'm just saying, I've really tried to think about it, and when I think about the Shadowbringers MSQ, the Endwalker MSQ, the Stormblood MSQ, maybe even some points in the Heavensward MSQ, I don't think the Dawntrail MSQ is that bad. It's just that at some point we flipped from going, the MSQ is probably good, I'm going to assume it's good, to it's probably bad, I'm going to assume it's bad. And by assuming it's bad, you're going to think it's bad. Naomi says, but what if the video is bad, but you still agree with the argument being made? I think if I had such a video, I would probably, if the video is badly made, but I agree with the general sentiment, then I might like the video and then leave a comment saying that while I think the general, like, message of the video, what it's trying to say is good, there are some key points here that needs to be improved upon. I might even mention that I still liked it. to clarify that I'm not being hostile. Because sometimes I'll see someone that is like, oh yeah, this is actually good, and then like they go on this tirade of disagreements. That's in their right to do that. But then you get curious, like, do you or do you not like the video? Are you saying you liked it just to get me to read it, or what's going on? And I also like Dawntrail, Image Friend. And I'm glad to hear that come up. And I don't plan to stop doing that anytime soon. I specifically set off the day to make sure that I got the MSQ stream done quickly, because some people want to see it. So don't you worry about that. And I hope so too, as Metricon. There's like that plus the Cutter's Cry thing, by the way. Cutter's Cry got a little bit of change. Now the middle section requires that you kill a certain number of packs to be able to proceed. That doesn't sound like much, but in the past it has always been you need to clear the room to proceed. So Cutter's Cry is distinctly different in that way. And I would like to see more of that. So, like, they are, as others have suggested, they're experimenting with new ideas, which is good. We need this. More of that. Come on, more of that. Actually, give us more stuff so we can see you experiment more, because we want to see it and we want you to try everything you need to try before the next expansion releases, so you can make sure you get it right. Go ahead. More smaller patches so you can try things. Try everything. Please. I'll say Zolma, hope you're doing well, and good luck with your thesis. I'm falling way behind on the live chat. Let me see if I can speed up a bit. I noticed that the bosses were different, Fila. Based on what I've been told, the supports get a different mini-boss than the DPS. I will try to not get in too much detail, because there might be some people that haven't gotten a chance to get to it yet. Milo says, I mean, if I don't enjoy a stream, I just go watch something else. I would do the same. It takes a lot from me to bother to dislike a video or a stream, because I would probably just go, I'll just watch something else. But to be fair... Right? To be fair, they're justified. Is YouTube bugging out? Also, hey, Caitlin and Fina. Hope you're doing well. Fina says it's like when someone likes the product but leaves a bad review because the delivery service messed up in some way. 1-star, amazing product. Yeah, exactly! Like, you leave a bad review because of something that is out of control of the product. Exactly. Exactly right. And good luck with your PvP, Wolf News. And hey, Ella. Hope you're doing well. Ella says, I think Warrior of Light is a bad main character, and the story is always better when someone else is the main character. You might be right about that. The big problem is that a lot of players really seemingly cannot stand when their character isn't the main character. So that's going to be difficult. Or Wolfness says, where are we walking to? That's usually a surprise, but I can say that we'll be walking somewhere where eventually even free trial players can come along. More of that is Squeenix. Now you have to clear the first room of Auron Vale and also get into the first boss room. I'm just saying, Gazel. That would be weird. And I would rather see a new dungeon do that. But if they made that, then I would probably say, alright then. Weird choice, but okay. Kamal says Cutter's Cry thinks because of the sprouts that need those kills of Grand Company. You know, the interesting thing is that it's only one Grand Company that requires you to kill anything in Cutter's Cry where that would be a problem. So it's like 1/3. Well, it's 1/3 chance that someone needs it, and it's only once per character. So I don't know if that's it. AQB and Hazel, hope you're doing well. And Kamal says, I think everyone has to kill those mobs one time. Nope, it's only one of the grand companies that need them. A different grand company requires mobs from Sunken Temple of Khan. I can't remember what the third one requires, but I specifically know, I checked recently, that only one of the grand companies requires specifically the Sabotender Desertors from Cutter's Cry. And I probably don't need to remind you, the only place there are Sabotenders in that whole dungeon is in that Oasis area. I'll say, Joe, hope you're doing well. So I promised a little bit ago, someone mentioned the, like, far view distance thing. Yannick showed me a clip yesterday that this feature is bugged. In the strangest way possible. I would say for like 99% of players, it's not going to matter. Probably. But the way that it works is that if an enemy casts something while already within your view distance, then when it appears, or rather, if it casts something while it is already in your view distance, then you will be able to see that it is casting that. However, if it already started casting before coming into your view distance, and you have a greater view distance than the normal amount, then it will not show that it was casting something. Because for some reason it just doesn't send the information that it was casting something. This is not a problem in 100% of dungeons, 100% of trials, 100% of raids. It's basically the only a potential problem in open world content and deep dungeons. Where, for instance, and this is with the example shown, in Eureka Orthos, an enemy might start casting a really big circle AoE while not in combat, as some of the mobs do in those kinds of content. But because it started casting before you could see it, you can't see that it is casting it. You can see the mob, and you can see that it is doing nothing, but it will just suddenly hit you with it. And you couldn't see that it was casting something, because it didn't render that. Whereas if you had just kept your view distance as the normal amount, obviously you wouldn't see the mob to begin with, but when you would see it, you would not be within distance to be hit, but you would be able to see the cast, because it would work normally, quote-unquote. That's at least how I understand it. So that's to say, it's a really specific problem, but it is something where I'm like, I might not remember that. So I might not realize that this is a problem. And then I will just die stupidly in a deep dungeon one day in the future. So I'm just like, I'm a little holding back on it. I'll probably turn it on eventually. But that is why I'm a little bit like, oh, careful. That's good to hear, QB. I'll say Raging Bull. Hope you're doing well. And to the question about the job changes, the thing is, most of the time, when it comes to job changes in Final Fantasy XIV, for me, a potency change most of the time is a bit of like a nothing burger, if that makes sense. If the potency change is substantial enough that it causes a rotation change, then I care. But if it's just, oh, this attack does slightly more damage, then I'm like, okay. Like, most of the changes in 7.3, most of the job changes in 7.3 are basically that. This attack does more damage, and you're like, okay, well, it doesn't really change anything I do. Like, Vipers got slapped. Like, just whacked over the head with a nerf. Not the hugest amount, but, like, they got mega nerfed on their, like, incidental AoE, as I call it. Their splash damage, or cleave damage, or, as I say, incidental AoE, because it's AoE that happens to be situated on an attack you were going to use anyway. I'm going to instance 1. I'll keep picking instance 1 whenever I'm offered the choice. Isokip, hope you're doing well. But the funny thing is that as far as I know, Vipers, for the most part, met that change with, yeah, that's probably fine. Also, hey, Dream Illusion, hope you're doing well. Like, they basically got like, haymakered with a nerf to their AoE, and they were like, yeah, that's probably reasonable. Ella says that the Machinist potency buff finally bring it up to par with the other Fizz range. I want to reiterate that Machinist is fine. It's a little better again now, but Machinist was fine. The problem is that, like, here's the funny thing. If you look at logs, Bard is owning the ranged physical department. Machinist and Dancer are actually pretty close before the patch. It's just that Dancer's way easier, and, you know, Devilment is really good on a Viper and M6S and things like that. But Bard is the king in that department, as it turns out. Weird, right? And Machinist was fine. It's just that Machinist has had the reputation that it is bad since, like, Shadowbringers. Even though it was always fine. It has always been fine. It's just not the best. So it gets this reputation. But Machinist is strong enough that if you're not beating content, it's not because you have a Machinist. It could be that the Machinist player is bad. It could be that the group as a whole isn't strong enough, player-wise, to do it without using the optimal pick, and so it would be better to have something other than a Machinist, for whatever reason. But then, again, the problem isn't the Machinist. But Machinist is fine, and I think Liv found that the balance had estimated that it to be like a 1.7% buff. I don't know if that was Bard or Machinist, but I'm pretty sure Machinist got a pretty significant buff. Also, Flamethrower is a gain on 2 now. So, if you ever needed it, like, I'm just saying, I have, for most of 7.2 and even a bit of 7.1, tried to explain that Flamethrower good now. But now, Flamethrower is so good, in fact, that if they buff it again, then your 1-2-3 combo might only be justified due to the heat gauge and battery gauge it provides that Flamethrower doesn't. Oh yeah, also auto crossbows are gain on 6 now instead of 8. Also, hey, Scuba Murph and Bondi. And I don't know if I missed you earlier, Caitlin. Hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, in that case, good news, Ella. Machinist is fine. Now, speaking of interesting buffs, or rather interesting changes in 7.3, the first one is Reaper, of course. I thought it was really funny because every time I've made videos where I suggested a good change, like an improvement to each job, I've specifically just avoided doing something with Enshroud because I'm like, I understand that a 15-second cooldown on Enshroud is like unnecessary jank, right? I get that. I understand that. But this kind of jank is exactly what adds depth to some jobs. So I was not going to touch that. There are players that are like, fantastic, finally they did the right thing, whereas I think that it was an unnecessary change, but I'm not going to like dispute it, it's fine. I also noticed that apparently the optimal double Enshroud now for Reapers still, it's basically Enshroud, 1 Reap, Death's Design up, and then Late Weave Arcane Circle. So basically, the only change is that you don't go Enshroud, Shadow of Death, Reap, Shadow of Death, Arcane Circle. You just removed the first one. That's the optimal way. Now, the thing that I find fascinating, and the reason why I think, oh, in that case, it's probably not that bad, is that if you have made sure that you have plenty of Shadow of, like, plenty of Death's Design duration before Arcane Circle comes up, then as a more casual player, there is nothing preventing you from just going Enshroud. Like you could straight up just go Enshroud and Late Weave Arcane Circle in the same moment, and then just reap, and all that. You could just do that. You could also just go Enshroud, Reap, Arcane Circle, Reap, and then just go for it. Like, you could just forgo the Shadow of Death in the burst. It's not as nice for alignment as I understood, but this change does almost nothing to the optimizers. They're just like, well, okay, 1 less Death's Design. They might even just continue to do what they did before. Like, what they did before still works. And I don't think what they have now is, like, it might be marginally better under certain circumstances, but overall, it's like, you can play Reaper just like you did before, but it made it easier for those that might appreciate it being a little easier. Without making it easy, like, without making it so that doing the easier way is necessarily optimal. So I think that, like, overall, it's probably a fine change. But I also found it interesting in that context that every time I've made videos where I do something cursed, like I suggest a change that ruins a job, I usually like just like bring out my gun and just point it exactly at Enshroud and go, how can we ruin this? So, I mean, the fact that some players got mad about the Enshroud change doesn't surprise me. I do also find it interesting that the gauge negative problem wasn't done anything about. And I will say, just real quick, because the gauge negative problem in a full 100% uptime fight, what it means for Reaper is, I think it's in the 10-minute burst. No, wait, I think it's either in the 9th minute or 11th minute. Odd minute, you just don't have an Enshroud. Like, because of the gradual, like, falling behind, at that moment, you just don't have an odd minute Enshroud. I believe that's what the problem is. And you might then go, what do you mean 11 minutes? Most fights don't go that far. Correct. So, by that metric, it's, you know, it's really as soft as it's 9 minutes. Fair enough, that makes it a more frequent problem. However, I still think it's a minor issue, but that's not the problem. The problem is the job is already gauge negative, which means, consider this, by comparison, Viper is gauge positive, which means if Viper falls behind on gauge generation, they can catch back up because they were already generating more than they needed. So it doesn't matter if they have some downtime. They will catch up and fix it. Reaper does not have that option. If they have too much downtime, then they will forgo the 7-minute odd minute burst instead. Like, that's the problem. That's, as far as I understand, that is the problem, is that Viper has the real estate to deal with it when there's downtime. They have excess resources, so it doesn't matter. Reaper already doesn't have enough to keep it up, so it's a bigger problem when they have downtime. It's not a huge problem, but that is the reason why it is a problem in the first place. Also, let's see here. I'm not sure how it applies. I'm guessing it might be related to either content or the MSQ. Catfish Junior says, I think we had such high standards from the last 5 years that we set ourselves up. That might be on the MSQ. That is like something that we have talked about. That's also like, I mentioned this in the stream Tuesday, that a lot of people are saying that there are a lot of retcons in the story, because suddenly the story happens to change conveniently to explain something that wasn't explained before, or rather that something that was explained now is different. Where in reality, we've experienced this stuff all the way back in A Realm Reborn, where sometimes we're told that things were one way, and then later in the story, the game goes, no, actually, that's false. It was like this all along. And the way that the story has been told all along is that the Final Fantasy XIV story frequently does this thing where they don't actually explain what things are. They don't explain what things are, because then when they want to use the actual reality of what the thing is, they can just fill in the blank there. We know in retrospect, possibly, why La Habrea was an absolute crazy person in A Realm Reborn, and why he needed to do the things that he was doing to get his Dark Master to return. But back then, it wasn't explained at all. But now we know, and in retrospect, it's like, oh, it all makes sense now. But back then, I believe we have heard in interviews that the writers didn't even quite know where the story was going. They were just like, oh, he's the evil bad guy, question mark. And then they just, like, went from there. There are many cases of the story having some, like, little thing that's not very well explained that they then explain later. And a huge amount of things where they go, oh, actually, that thing you thought was like that all along, it's actually like this. They started doing this, like, in turbo mode from Shadowbringers. Like, at that point, they introduced a guy, Emmett Silk, to just go, oh, that? No, that's actually this. Oh, that? That's actually this. Over and over and over again. And yeah, you could, like, the thing is, Gaius had a completely different personality in A Realm Reborn, but it could be, again, it left enough up for interpretation that the way he has changed from Stormblood and onward can make sense without being like, oh, that's a huge plot hole. Because we didn't actually know that much about him when it really comes to it. And they basically just, like, explained everything in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and then in Dawntrail, we're back to, well, we need to introduce some new things to not explain to you. And that's also true, Bondi. They have squished some things together to push the story along. What was quote-unquote retconned in Dawntrail? Joe, if, like, there were things in the MSQ Tuesday where some people were like, they retconned this thing that happened, like, that we were told. What was it? Oh, yes, it was about memories. I'm not going to go into more detail on that, because some people might not have done the MSQ yet. But it had to do with memories. I enjoy the story, Sukyet. Yeah, I do. I think it's nice. I forgot to include Tuliholol on my splits. Oh well, we're in Sharlayan now. It looks kind of different. Music is different. But yeah, I enjoy the story. I think it's fine. I'm not expecting it to be super revolutionary. Also, hey Ham, and William, and Zip Zap, hope you're doing well. That's also a good point, Silly. I would say more likely that a retcon is when suddenly something just is different. And, like, the story just acts like it always was like that. With no one addressing it. And I don't know about that, Secure, because that's actually what I started this whole point with. The reason why I feel that a lot of people are starting to, like, notice that the story is not that amazing in Dawntrail is because in Endwalker, in Shadowbringers, in Stormblood, in Heavensward, even in A Realm Reborn, there were some other things that made us not really mind in some way or another. Because if I compare story beats of Dawntrail with Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker, some things people would complain about in Dawntrail were fine in those expansions. But how? Partly because at some point it became the norm that the story bad. And as I said right at the start, if you go in to watch a movie assuming that it's bad, like you watch it expecting it to be bad, then the movie has to work overtime to just try to convince you that it isn't bad. Whereas if you go in assuming it's good, you're going to be a lot more lenient on anything bad in it. You'll be like, well, these things happen every time something weird comes up. Also, thank you so much for the super chat, Elarin. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I personally really enjoyed Dawntrail. It's one of my favorite expansions so far. That's awesome. And I could imagine that it is very exhausting and tiring to hear all the people dunking on it. And that's also a good example, Ceres. The unreliable narrator. I suppose Final Fantasy XIV, largely speaking, doesn't have, a narrator in that sense. But the fact that many of the times where people are like, they retconned a thing, that's actually when the person that told us how it worked first didn't actually know how it works. Like, that's just how it is. Like, some people have said that a person like that, like, I actually remember, I can't remember who, and it's not super important who, but I remember some time ago that I heard someone suggest that characters in a story lying to you makes for a bad story. And I'm like, I mean, that's an opinion you can have. You might not enjoy a story where the characters lie to you, but that's similar to an unreliable narrator, for instance. It's hard to say, Zukip. Here's the thing. As I said, I'm just saying it's perfectly fine to not have enjoyed the story. The main thing that I'm trying to hold on to here is that a lot of the things that people complain about the story are things that were also technically problems in Endwalker, in Shadowbringers, in Stormblood, and Heavensward. It's just that at that time, people didn't mind for some reason. It's the same as a lot of mechanical or technical issues that Dawntrail has that wasn't introduced in Dawntrail are getting blamed for. In one way, you could argue that it is not Dawntrail being blamed, it's the fact... That's correct, Rust. The timer is telling us how long it took us to finish the Limsa Lominsa part. But that the problem isn't Dawntrail. The problem is this problem has been in the game since A Realm Reborn. Why is it still here? Or this problem has been here since Heavensward. Why is it still here? This problem has been here since Shadowbringers. Why is it still here? But it comes off as this is a problem in Dawntrail. And then people, run with it as Dawntrail is even worse because it also has this problem. When in reality... that one is a Realm Reborn problem, that one is a Heavensward problem, and that one is a Shadowbringers problem. But at those times, you either A, didn't know, or B, didn't care. Exactly, like, what do you mean there's more than 3 states of matter? Why didn't you teach me these things earlier? And yeah, that might also be a good point, Bondi. I'm just saying, I feel like the story is okay. There are probably bigger issues. And I like the story, so that might make me rank it as a better situation, but there are probably bigger fish to catch. And like, I can just list a random example of a problem that still exists in Dawntrail. That arguably Dawntrail might be blamed for sometimes. Buff debuff caps. It's still 30. I don't know what it was in A Realm Reborn, but it was 30 in Stormblood. But who cares, right? Most players are not going to have run into buff debuff caps as a problem. And in the few cases where you might, you can usually play around it. Naren says, to me it feels like the 7.2 and 7.3 story feels like I played through a summary of it. Conflict happened, then it's all more or less solved. Lesson has been learned by the characters, on to next. You might feel like that, but here's the funny thing. That's also how Shadowbringers wrapped up. That's also how Endwalker wrapped up, in a way. Like, that is how the post-game story of Final Fantasy XIV works. Patch X.1 might continue on a problem that was not finished fully in X.0, then X.2 develops on... Alternatively, X.1 might introduce a new problem if there wasn't a problem to deal with from X.0. Then X.2 develops on that, and then X.3 finishes that, because X.4 needs to be used to start to, lead you into the next story. Was Wuklamart introduced in 6.4? Or was it 6.5? What happened to 6.4? I guess she was introduced in 6.5. Alright, Teldemar, good luck. It was 6.55, fair enough. But that also makes sense. I believe Endwalker was specifically the one where it was weird, because they wanted to be sure that 7.0 started completely fresh. So that would also make it seem even weirder for a new player coming in. Because Endwalker was ended differently. But in Shadowbringers, Stormblood, and Heavensward, And to some degree, even A Realm Reborn, they were wrapping stuff up to start on the next thing. And yeah, actually, 2.4, patch 2.4 was when they introduced Ninja. Which patch is it that Leviathan is from? Does anyone remember? Which patch is Leviathan from? 2.2. The reason why I'm asking about that is because wasn't that the patch where Thancred and Yugiri suddenly started to get real acrobatic to tease Ninja? Yeah, it was. But yeah, basically what I'm trying to get at is I'm not necessarily trying to defend that Dawntrail story. No, it's perfect. You're supposed to like it, just like everyone else. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we might be holding Dawntrail to a standard that was never there. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's just that that standard was fine before, and suddenly it isn't. And the thing is, there can be multiple reasons for that. Consider that a significant amount of Final Fantasy XIV players were might have gotten into the game in A Realm Reborn or Heavensward or maybe even Stormblood, and they might have been young adults or big teenagers at that time. And they had a lot more time to invest in that. It didn't matter to them that the story wasn't as good. They might not have had as much point of reference to see whether it was good or bad. But they enjoyed the game, the game at large, so it didn't matter. It's the same thing with it's really hard to have a conversation about the old raid tiers because the old jobs had their own kind of turbo jank, but we might not remember it as that bad. The old fights had their own types of turbo jank, but we might not remember them as being that bad. Some of the older fights are harder than the modern fights, but that's a claim to fame that they might not actually deserve, because the reason that those old fights are harder is because where Dawntrail raid bosses are explaining to you exactly what they're going to be doing, they weren't that good at doing that in A Realm Reborn or Heavensward. And you might be saying, yeah, but in Savage they don't show you the telegraphs. They didn't do that back then either. At least now they give you a marker to tell you what's happening. And that's also a good point, Cole. The main reason is the players trying to sell all these new players on how amazing the story is, and now the people have much larger expectations. That is definitely also part of the problem, is that you sell it like it's going to be the most amazing story they've ever experienced. They're going to expect that, which means that they might put it at a much higher level of expectation than it needs, which then means that it has a very high chance of disappointing rather than impressing. That's also why I keep saying, I often say, don't set your expectations too high, because then you won't then you will be excited when your expectations are met or they go beyond them. Also, thank you so much for the super chat, image friend. I really appreciate it. Says, y'all remember Twisters? See, here's a funny story. My first experience with Twisters was when I did Eureka Authors. And I ended, my 4-man team died immediately when Twister was used. But we had a race, a Pomander race. So I got back up, but I was a warrior. So I tried again. I couldn't rest anyone because I got rest too close. So the fight started immediately. So even if I had a Phoenix down, I couldn't rest the healer. Not then anyway. You can now, possibly. And then I died again with using another race. Like I basically used every single tool we had. And on the last try, I finally understood how Twister worked. That's like being thrown right into the fire, right? Also, hey Eyelid and Kos and Redmaster and Thomas. Hope you're doing well. Thomas says, I started doing the optional alliance raids and I'm about to finish the Heavensward ones. They're a lot of fun. Kind of wish more were mandatory. Yeah. Yeah. Gessel says, so how Twister work actually? So when it is cast, approximately, it basically places a landmine where you were like half a second ago. And if you touch it, you die immediately. That's roughly how it works. Which means one way to deal with it is to just run like a maniac. But that doesn't really work if you're in a party. But it's a really small circle. Oh yeah, that's true. You also get thrown into the air. To really, really emphasize that that's what killed you. Monty says, have you noticed Phoenix Down shares a cooldown with pots? Yes, I have. Is that a problem? And to your suggestion, Thomas, I kind of agree, but I also understand why it isn't. Because the MSQ is already super long. Like, they need to have a really good reason to add like a whole alliance raid story in there too. However, I would say what these alliance raids need, and I've said this before, what these alliance raids need is a reason to do them. Which I know sounds really obnoxious in a way. It's like, just for the content, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't have any evidence for this. Evidence for this. This is purely me going, it would make sense, right? So it's basically just me trying to logic it. Obviously, basically 99.9% of players have the Crystal Tower raids unlocked, if they can access Alliance raids at all, because they're mandatory. There are a few select players that happen to be in the exact sweet spot that they had already passed that Alliance raid series before it was made mandatory, and then they stopped playing. Then it was made mandatory for a specific MSQ step, and I think they've since just placed it as required to finish the A Realm Reborn story. Where at some point it was mandatory for a certain point in Shadowbringers. Which means that it is, I think it is possible that there are some players that don't have Crystal Tower unlocked, yet they might have the current Alliance rate tier unlocked. I'm not 100% sure on that. But point is, it's like 99.99% of players have the Crystal Tower unlocked. Then, the only reason from other unlocks you have to experience the Ma Heavensward Alliance Raid series is if you want glam from there, but nearly all glam from there exists elsewhere, so who cares? You might want a minion from there or some other reward, clearly uniquely from there. You might have, or you might have been doing the Tataru story in Endwalker, which requires the whole Alliance Raid series completed. And that gives you some glam too, I believe. But if you don't care about any of that, then you have no reason to do the City of Ma. Like the whole thing, just optional. Stormblood, the Evilise raid series, is mandatory if you want to as much as see access to a Shadowbringer's relic weapon. which is still best in slot for Stormblood ultimates, for the jobs that have them, and can be considered best in slot for content below that level range as well, in certain circumstances. Additionally, the whole Boja story and anything associated with it is also locked behind the Ivalice raid series. So all that like a whole field operation is blocked by you needing to do Ivalice. I would say you could add more reason to do Ivalice, but I would say that Ivalice has sufficient reason for you to do it. Is Memoria Misera Boja? Yes, it is. That one is also locked behind Ivalice. And hey, Zipov, hope you're doing well. And Malaysia, hope you're doing well as well. The Nier raid series from Shadowbringers, unless you want Nier Automata glam or things from there, then you don't have any reason to do it at all. But obviously, the first Alliance raid and the Nier raid gives you the 2B pants, and then that gives you a really good bot. So maybe that's enough reason. And then the Endwalker Alliance raid series also doesn't unlock anything. It's just glam and lore. So actually, the only reason you had to unlock those was that right at the start of Dawntrail, they had an imbalance in XP rewards, so you might have wanted to do it to level jobs faster. But that's gone now. So basically, that's my point, is that only the Crystal Tower is mandatory. Ivalice has so much content locked behind it that a large percentage of players will do it just for that. The other Alliance raids don't have that. It just doesn't have that. And they need to have something. I don't know what, but it needs to have something. I was like, Eaterid, hope you're doing well. Nia Alliance raids also unlock Mount and Gold Saucer. Fair enough. I still don't think that's enough. That's also true, Image Friend. There are things in Ivalice that might matter for the MSQ one day. Zipov says, I think having drops is enough. The main reason why I don't think it's enough, Zipov, is exactly because I am very confident. I don't have any evidence, I don't have any source on that, but I'm very confident that the ratio of players that have unlocked Alliance raids is like basically 100% on Crystal Tower, then a large percentage of Ivalice, and then the other 3 Alliance raids are like tapering off like a staircase, significantly below Ivalice, because they don't unlock anything. Not really. It's enough for the people that care, but there are a lot of players that might care if they were directed to it. And I know that sounds weird, but I'm not joking. So I have made multiple videos about Alliance Raid Roulette. And on each of them, I've had people say, I didn't even, they're progressing through the MSQ. And they're like, I didn't even know there were all the Alliance raids. I assumed, just like the MSQ roulette, that the Alliance raid stuff was like a one-time thing that they then discontinued. And I would say that's actually a really, really reasonable assumption. Because you have 2 roulettes that include 3 duties that are mandatory to progress the story. And then if you just progress through the MSQ, there's just never again. Just never again. Boom, gone. The rest of them are not mandatory, so it's pretty reasonable to assume that, don't you think? I would say so, at least. Of course, the moment you go, oh, there's also a Heavensward one, you might then move on to go, so there's probably also a Stormblood one, and a Shadowbringers one, and an Endwalker one, maybe. But specifically a Realm Reborn having introducing 2 roulettes that one of them is actually discontinued, and the other one looks discontinued at a glance, is not good. E-release is required now for Pandemonium raids, right? Nope. I believe there's a final little story moment that happens if you've done something. I don't believe it's required, Mew. And yeah, like, I'm just saying, and also thank you, Odo, I would just say, Milicia, that, just real quick, a story like the Hildebrand story, I don't think it's the right move to make people do it by making it mandatory for relic weapons. Like, I'm just saying, I feel like that one was a miss. I can see how, like, they structured like that, and there was no way to have the story like that without making it mandatory. But I'm just saying, before Endwalker Relics, a lot of players were like, nah, I hate the Hildebrand story, so I'm just not gonna do it. And a lot of players would be like, I'm just gonna do it so that it's gone from my world map. I'm just finishing it for the sake of it. But I'm just gonna skip all the dialogue. And some players was like, nah, I love this. This is amazing. I'm gonna watch it all. And then the relic weapons get introduced. And then all these players, they were like, I'm just not gonna do it because I don't like it. Now I have to do it. Some portion of them might go, oh, wait a minute, this is actually awesome now that I actually am doing it. And some will go, I don't really care, and like just skip through it. And some people are going to be furious that they now are forced to do it. Some people will also be furious that they didn't get ample time to do it, because when they finally sat down to do it, they're like, oh, this is awesome, but I have to finish it quickly because relic weapons. So like now they don't even get to enjoy it. And I know the relic weapons are not best in slot. You don't have any reason to hurry. Calm down. But that doesn't matter. Sometimes player perception is the end-all be-all. Nafanwa, hope you're doing well. And yeah, you could do that. I'm specifically saying that the MSQ is really long, so maybe that's not the right move unless they give a really good reason. Redmaster says, I wonder if people thinking Raid was something discontinued is due to the whole Bahamut thing. Oh yeah, not to just suddenly do a huge hard left turn, but I didn't quite finish on the 7.3 job changes thing, so before I get completely lost in the sauce in that, we also have clips. We reached our destination really fast. I'll get to that in a moment, Stinger, if the chat doesn't get to it before me. Hope you're doing well. The other changes that I saw that were impactful in 7.3 job changes for PvE, a lot of buffs. Gazel made a joke about Dia getting an additional 5 potency, which I think is extra funny because the last major patch also did that. But Summoner got some buffs. The specific thing I think is interesting, I didn't notice this at first. They buffed Ruin 3, Ruin 4, Ruby Right. I think they buffed the Crimson combo, Crimson Cyclone and Crimson Strike. They buffed Emerald Right. Did they buff Slipstream? But they did not buff Topaz Right. They specifically did not buff Topaz Right. Which means, Zav did a quick calculation on that earlier, that the potency per second offered by Ifrit, at least on single target, is equal to the potency per second offered by Titan. Ifrit takes 1 more second to do all that, but it does the same potency per second for 1 more second. Another thing that could matter is the composition of that potency. Because I remember, I think it was in 7.0 that summoners were like messing around with, wait a minute, is opening with Ifrit actually optimal now? It turned out not to be, but it was close enough that people were messing with it. But I don't believe it was. But the fact that it was so close that people started labbing it would tell me that if Reed gets a buff and Titan doesn't, that might matter. There's also the point that Emerald Rite got like the same potency buff that Ruin 3 and Ruby Rite did, but Emerald Rite takes half as long to cast as Ruby Rite. So the Emerald Rite buff is probably more substantial. It's possible Garuda is best to lead with now. I don't know. I might have to really sit down and lab it, but I'm sure Haufen will figure it out. Or someone else that Haufen knows will figure it out. And then we'll know the answer. The healer radius is interesting, I agree. Do we know why? I would say this, Nafanwa. A lot of the time, these kind of changes can sometimes just be something where they're like, oh yeah, we should do that, and then they just do it. With no explanation. Like, for years, players have been like, with each expansion, they've been like, oh, they're giving us this crazy buff to healers, that probably means that we'll need it. And then you don't. So don't necessarily assume that it is needed, that that's the reason why they're giving it to us. I would also mention that many of the radius increases there basically just put 15 radius actions up to the same playing field as some other actions that were already at 20. So it's possible they just went, what, are those not at 20? Oops. And then just fixed it. Like, it's absolutely possible that there's no deeper meaning and it's just, whoops. Hey, Stav. Hope you're doing well. Now, to your question, Stingera, I'm 99% certain that, also, hey, Casey Cake, hope you're doing well as well. I'm pretty sure the Relic Weapon quest line continues in 7.31. Which would mean a month from now, I believe. And the new deep dungeon is coming in 7.35. Hey, Cat. Hope you're doing well. And I believe 7.35 is 2 months from now. What do you mean, Ham? Yeah, indeed, Sakir. The same thing happened with 7.2. See, the funny thing there is like almost the exact same thing happened with 7.2. 7.2 releases, and the moon stuff isn't there on launch, and the field operation isn't there on launch. The funny thing is, we were never promised that. So we're just being stupid. Like, we're just assuming, because those are like the big ticket things, that's coming at launch, right? Nope. I'll say Red Mail. Hope you're doing well. Then it took like a month before the moon came, I think. Well, the moon came. The moon stuff, the stuff we were doing on the moon got added. And then like a month later, we get the field operation. We weren't promised anything else. It's just that because these are the big ticket items, it feels like it makes sense for it to be there, right? And then it's like, nah, that one is a month from now, and that one is 2 months from now. I was like, what? The Relic Weapon is 731? Like, I was like, oh, the Deep Dungeon is 735, and Relic Weapons have a tendency, I believe, to come in X.X5 patches. That makes sense. They'll probably, like, rope in the Deep Dungeon as part of the Relic Quest. Like, that'll be one of the options to progress it. And nope, the Relic Weapon is earlier. Ham says, talking about job buffs, I think it's really funny that Black Mage got the 50% extra lifesteal on Xenoglossy in PvP. Now it has either 12k damage and 12k heal, or 8k damage and 16k heal, ignoring mitigation and such. That is interesting. Oh, the new Beast Tribe, Allied Society or whatever, is also 735. Fantastic. Fantastic. Red Mail says, I wonder if they'll make Machinist's auto crossbow proc the check's ricochet cooldowns during the hotfix, because it's still worse than the single target version after the potency buff. The thing is, Red Mail, it's really, really weird. What has always been like that, Ardell? It's really weird, because the buffs to auto crossbow did help. It did help. Before 7.3, auto crossbow was a gain on 8. Now it's a gain on 6. Now it's at least in the realm of possibility, because your average AoE pull is like around 5 to 6 mobs, maybe 7. So now it's actually relatively likely that you'll use auto crossbow in AoE. Where before, it's like really specific AoE pulls where you would want to do it, which is really awkward. I believe it's a couple % more damage stuff, and it should help. The main problem, as I've said time and again, the main problem with Machinist is the community perception. Machinist has been bad for long enough that being good isn't good enough. And Nafadwa, this current Alliance raid faces the same problem as the previous ones. Technically, on launch, the Ivalice raid series had the same problem. It's just in retrospect, the next expansion, they gave you a reason to go back. That's how Ivalice doesn't have any problems. The current raid tier, the current Alliance raid tier, once the expansion is over and the next expansion rolls around, you don't have a better reason to do those Alliance raids than you do the Shadowbringers or Endwalker ones. It's glam and unique items to that content, like an Equestrian role or whatever. If you really like Nier, then you'd like to do that. If you really like, I don't know, 14 lore, I guess, you might do the Endwalker one. If you like Final Fantasy XI, you'll probably do that. I can say, like, when the Nier ones, the fact that Nier Automata was added to Final Fantasy XIV was enough to convince a friend of mine who was like super deep in Nier Automata to give the game another chance. However, he burned out as he reached Heavensward, unfortunately. But just the possibility of more Nier Automata was enough to make him give it a try. So sometimes it works. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. Don't worry about it, Alarian. See, the thing is, there will always be a least popular job. And the meetup is in Summerford Farms on Ravana. And the thing is, if it wasn't Machinist, it would be someone else. If the power difference wasn't what it is now and it was something else, then different jobs would be less popular. That's just how it is. It's just, I've talked about this a few times in past videos. The best job will always be best, and the weakest job will always be weakest, and if it's weak for long enough, then like it'll get a reputation for being bad. And it doesn't matter if it's a smidge weaker than the second worst. It's the worst. And the thing is, Stav, here's the thing. Just real quick. A lot of people... I'm going to use the 7.2 statistics for this because there's a lot more data there. A lot of people will go here and see this. Right? That's usually what people will see. And based on this, they will say machine is bad. This specific plot we're seeing here is where Dancer gets credit for the damage buffs it provides. And Bard gets credit for the damage buffs it provides. I believe that this one is a version where they get a little bit, like, where the credit is distributed slightly differently. But if we start talking about individual DPS, then this is what you need. This is the literal DPS that the job is doing. Personally. You see where Machinist is relative to Dancer and Bard? You see it? This is the individual DPS. It is doing more. It's just that people look at this. And that site is FF Logs, Alarian. The thing is, when you get down to the nitty-gritty, it's not as simple as, look, Machinist does more personal damage. There's more to it than that. But a lot of the time, when people judge it, they're looking at specifically the RDPS and seeing Machinist at the bottom and not realizing that that's not Machinist's personal DPS versus Dancer's personal DPS. That's Machinist's personal DPS because they don't have anything else versus Dancer and all of the raid helping them. So it's not exactly how that works. Machinist is doing fine on personal damage. They are way behind on personal damage relative to other jobs that rely on personal damage, but Machinist is fine. And yeah, I do. I have mostly gotten that through the history books, Nafanwa. But the key is that even when jobs had cross actions, there was a correct answer. And also that stuff. I usually make the joke. Let me just get back to FF Logs real quick to make my joke. Are you ready for my joke? A lot of players will look at FF Logs. Oh, by the way, this is patch 7.3. Let me just fix that. Whoops. 7.2. Let me try again. A lot of players will look at this. They tell you that they see this. But what they're seeing is this. And if this is all you see, then this is pretty clear, right? Check this off your bingo cards. Yeah, exactly, Matthew. What boss is this based off? This is the entire raid tier, roughly speaking. It is possible that some things are not included, because they've had these like discussions about, do we count this, do we count that, because some specific intermissions like M6S's ad phase makes things pretty crazy. But yeah, the important thing to keep in mind is that, and also true, Freezy Lemon, the graph doesn't start at 0. They like, it's incredible how each time I close it, I'm like, oh yeah, and one more thing. You can see down here that it starts at 65 and goes up to 110. Which means that this huge gap here is, let's see, upper quantile, that's 3.5. It's not that much. And also this gap, like this on the fat line to this fat line, is under 1 point of difference in score. Less than 1. The thing, I think I actually have in a video one time just manually produced the range where it goes from 1 to 110. And if you look at it from that perspective, this isn't, like, these differences are way smaller. This is also why I keep making the joke that every time balance gets better, the players do this. Yeah, but if you look at it like this, the imbalance is still there and Machinist still sucks. And then, like, the balance gets a little bit tighter, and then they do this and go, yeah, but if you look at it like this, and the magnifying glass is supposed to represent that if the difference was from 80 to 90, then we would see a graph going from 80 to 90. If the difference is from 90 to 95, then the graph will show the difference from 90 to 95. And it'll make the difference really big. Or it will appear to be really big. Even if it is not. But the thing is, the players that optimize, for them, that's what matters. For the players that are trying to do the best of the best in the game, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter that Machinist is good enough if Bart does more damage. Like, delivers more value. And thank you, Erdl. That would indeed be the video, I think. And the thing is, that makes sense. Like, think about it. The optimizing perspective there, I've tried to explain, it's really I feel like it's complicated to explain it properly, but in a way, when we're optimizing to that degree, what we're doing is comparable to what speedrunners do in games. We're trying to optimize everything. We want to have everything perfectly optimal. Obviously, unless the specific thing we're trying to do requires that we do it in a specific way where we use some suboptimal thing, then there is no reason to do that. If we're trying to perform, I don't know, the best M8S run with a summoner in the party, then obviously we need a summoner in the party. But if we're just trying to do the best run possible, then summoner is not the best option. So we're not going to bring that. But the thing is, And this is something that some players forget. I want to be clear that we sometimes get a little bit too caught up in those optimizer guys, all of those demons over there. The amount of people that will actually adhere to this level of optimization are probably not nearly as many that as we would think. It's just that there are enough people that do it that have no business doing it, that it causes some problems in communication sometimes. And part of it comes down to people using FFlogs but not understanding how to use FFlogs correctly, so they get the wrong answer. And how do I explain this? For the rest of the players, it doesn't really matter in most cases, and I'm putting a little asterisk on that one because there is like one case where it actually did turn out to matter. In most cases, the difference between picking the best jobs and picking the jobs your team is best at is not, like, the difference is not going to be that big. The reason why I'm putting that asterisk is because we did in fact have the problem in FRU that Pictomancer was so strong that it didn't matter that it was like your secondary. Like, you just had some guy play Pictomancer. If they had the gear, they were probably going to do more damage with Pictomancer than their main. And that caused problems for game balance because other jobs just couldn't compete with that. And unfortunately, this was something that we probably could have seen coming. I suggested myself that surely the ultimate coming, the first ultimate, is going to like not give the Pictomancer breathing room to draw their motifs. Because if they do that, that's going to be completely broken balance-wise. Just completely ruined. Surely they won't do that. And then they did that. And then they nerfed Pictomancer. They are still really strong, but I think it has come to a point where it is less astronomically bad. It's a complicated conversation to keep. I think what really matters is specifically that when I talk about this perspective of all the jobs are fine, play what you like, that's good enough, you'll probably do better with that, generally applies. But it didn't at that point. At that moment, it didn't. Because Pictomancer was that strong. How's it, Samuel? I hope you're doing well. I don't know if I missed anyone else coming in, but I hope you're doing well as well. You too, Melissa. And yeah, exactly, as Stingero says, the reason... so the thing is, Pictomancer was basically the top dog on full uptime fights. That was just true. I believe if you have like a group supporting it, Pictomancer is still like super strong. Like in the top raid teams, Pictomancer is still super strong now, but not nearly as strong as it was then. The problem was that Pictomancer, of all jobs, scaled the best with downtime. As in, if the boss leaves for 15 seconds, then the job that gains the most value while the boss is gone was Pictomancer. If a boss is untargetable for 15 seconds, the Pictomancer gains the most value. And that's the reason why when they nerfed it, they basically just smacked the Living Muses into the ground, smacked Star Prism into the ground, destroyed Hammer Stamp. By the way, anyone wondering, Hammer Stamp is fine now. You can use it on cooldown now again if you want. It should be optimal to do that. But they just smashed it all into the floor because that was ultimately the problem. But it's not that easy because, as Stigero said, even it, like the only way to fix that, the advantage Pictomancer has is that its job design happened to have a huge advantage in those kind of fights. Like Pictomancer is basically like the ultimate abuser of the 2-minute burst. It spends a fifth of combat not attacking. It actually spends more time not doing nothing, quote unquote, than it spends bursting. And to make such a job design balanced, that job has to do more damage when it is attacking to make up that time loss of doing nothing a fifth of the time. And it either recuperates that by doing more filler damage or by doing more burst damage. And if you make the filler damage too good, it makes it not matter that it spends time doing nothing. Like, it'll just not use hammer if the filler's better. Which was what we saw in the last patch. And if you buff the burst, well, that's how Pictomancer launched. Its burst was way too strong. Gustavo says, I remember when Pictomancer was overpowered. I was on Novice Network. I quit it because I was playing Black Mage, and people were like, why play it if Pictomancer exists? And yeah, indeed. That's the funny thing, is that Black Mage was basically the main competitor to Pictomancer because it's the other quote-unquote burst, or like upfront damage mage, you could say. The two other mages landed in the support role because they have a res. And Black Mage just couldn't do that. Like, it straight up just couldn't do that. And Pictomancer did that so good that Black Mage kind of was just like... It could be argued that it was a more difficult job to play, and it wasn't stronger. So anyone who plays Final Fantasy XIV jobs to optimize will look at Black Mage and go, well, that's just a stupid choice. Like, why would you choose that? Why not choose the easier, better choice? That's the obvious pick, right? Where if you're playing because you're having fun, just having fun, and you like Black Mage, then unless Black Mage is so bad that it actually can't clear content, then why wouldn't you play it? Right? And I'm just saying, when 7.2 dropped, I looked at the Black Mage toolkit and thought, I can probably finally play Black Mage in a Savage raid without being concerned that I'm not bringing the heat well enough, and wanted to main it. Just like that. I didn't even know if Black Mage was going to be the best or anything before I did so. I was just like, I want to do that, and also I want to play spell speed because that's funny. What are my predictions for 8.0 jobs? I don't really want to say anything on that. I'm hoping that it'll be interesting. What I hope is that they turn a new leaf. As I said really early in this stream, the things we're seeing right now, especially in 7.3, a new difficulty setting for new content coming in 7.35, where you can adjust the difficulty to your preference in a way. That's experimentation. That's good. 7.2 released a raid tier that had like a lot of like ads to manage, like something that hasn't really been the case for a really long time. Like, they've really been like doing new things with the raid tier. Good. And the new dungeon is trying some new things. That's good. as I said earlier in the stream, do more of that. Try things. In fact, why don't you push out some more patches, like some more minor patches, major patches? I don't care. Try things. Try more. Do more job changes. Like, the big disadvantage Final Fantasy XIV has in that specific aspect is that, because they only really change things like once every 2 months or so, if they had a guy just going, okay, you know what, I'm going to see if I can make the leveling experience balanced or something, and like every week or so you just see a new patch come out and it's like, oh yeah, now Black Mage's Scathe does 10 potency more, or now Ninja learns their AoE combo exactly enough, or its AoE starter exactly enough levels sooner that they have it 1 dungeon sooner. Now like just trying things. They could also do that with like especially in a patch where there isn't like a new Savage tier or a new Ultimate or anything coming out. They could very, very well just go like every week or every 2 weeks, just go, well, what happens if we do this? What if we buff this a little bit? What if we nerf this a little bit? What if we do this a little bit? What if we just try something? Let's just see what happens. Because I feel like a lot of the reasons why people get so frustrated when a change comes that they don't like is because they know they're stuck with that for at least 2 months, if not 4. And nothing is going to be done about it. Unless it's like catastrophic. So I would like to see them try a lot of things. And then hopefully use the things they think felt good for 8.0. Do that. Also, hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Gazel says, be careful, many of the things you have mentioned have become true. Yeah. Some things that I've specifically tried not to mention have also become true. I made a video jokingly going, yeah, what if they ruin Pictomancer by making their motifs bad? 2 weeks later, boom. I make videos suggesting improvements for jobs, and I'm like, oh yeah, how about we don't touch Enshroud? And so on. Oh, that sucks, Zoma. Life is like that sometimes. I know, silly. The thing is, I believe that if they were willing to just move things around a little bit harder like that, it wouldn't add that much to the workload, necessarily. It might, but my point is more that in the way they're currently working it, they really need to be absolutely 1,000,000% sure that the things that they're changing to the jobs are what they want, because with their development cycle, they need to nail it, because the next change is in 2 to 4 months. But if they are more willing to just like move things around, then like they can just like the guy in like with responsible for something, like the guys, maybe also girls, responsible for those things can just like tune things up and down, and then like eventually they're like, this is good, and then like just okay, let's leave the job like that, and then let next job, or maybe they do a couple jobs at a time. And by seeing those things, they might also be better at determining what players are gonna do with it. Like, I'm just saying, the explanation of the Reaper change within Shroud said something like some problems within Shroud and Shadow of Death, and they hope that change will fix it. Like, basically, they go, we don't know if it'll fix it, and turns out it solved it for the casual player, but the optimizers still go, yeah, well, I mean, we'll play the job nearly exactly the same, so it didn't really change anything, but thanks, I guess. If they had faster, like, job change cycles, they could just go, okay, how about if in Shroud is 5 seconds? And then the players are like, they try it, and then they're like, okay, that kind of sucks. I would say making it 5 seconds is maybe a bit much, but maybe they will go what if we made it 10 seconds? What does that change? Because I have a feeling that if they made it 10 seconds, it would make the exact same change for the optimizers. Like, exactly the same change. It would be like, well, one less GZD to set up with. So I'm just saying it could be helpful to try a bit more. QA is a pretty big bottleneck on rapid patch cycles. It is. And it's also very easy for me to say, can't they just do that? It's very easy for me to say that. It's not as easy to do it. Jose, Faith Grins, and Dark Luna, hope you're doing well. Anyway, I'll be right back, and then we will probably do some clips after that. In the meantime, Manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. So, just re-explaining the clips thing. The way that I do this is that there is a room in the Discord server, like a specific channel in there, where you can post clips that you would like me to take a look at. Whether it's you would like some advice, like how to do something better. Maybe you feel like you're making a mistake somewhere. Maybe something interesting happened, you want to show it off. Maybe you accomplished something you'd like to see. Like, it depends on what the topic is, of course, how much focus it takes. Like, for instance, you clearing a duty for the first, like, a difficult duty is interesting to watch, but I might not have very much input. So we just kind of watch it together. if you're asking for advice, then I'd probably focus on trying to address that specific question and things like that. But I do kind of need you to, like, if you post a clip, explain what it is that you had in mind with it. A lot of people, people don't always do that. Sometimes they'll explain what it is, but not what they want to do with it. That's often enough. But if you don't say anything, then I don't know what to do. No, it has not, Yazzle. But the general guideline is, you post a clip, make sure that the sound is from the game, or no sound is also fine. If you were like in voice comms or something, that's fine. But, if someone says something wildly offensive, then... Right? And if you put copyrighted music in it, then even if I could just mute it, I might not check it. Just in general. So, like, that's the general idea. I will usually try to take a look at the clips. I will try to give advice where that is asked for. We have a lot of clips right now. So many, in fact, that I don't know. Like, I am aware. I recognize the irony of me spending an additional hour talking about all sorts of things, but we had a new patch drop. I recognize it. I recognize the irony of me doing that and then saying I don't know if we have enough time to get through all of the clips, but I would have said that even had we not had this additional hour spent on talking about the patch. And FF logs and all that. So I'll try my best. I will generally prioritize clips that are posted where the person is in the chat right now, so that way we don't experience their clip without them. I will also, just as a clarification, if you post a clip during the stream, I will not see it. That will have to wait till next time. And by the way, Gazel, I have unfortunately not included the entirety of my own stream of the new Alliance raid. I thought that was a little wild. And yeah, exactly, Lana. Like, this is kind of the time for it, right? Now, looking at my list of clips, we have a lot. We have clips from Zaf, which I believe are mainly minimum item level clears of content. Old content, of course, but still. We have Milo's perspective of M7S. We have some clears from Nox. We have some clips from Nox. We also have Ham's perspective of M7S. We have a meme run featuring both Milo and Gazel's perspective. We have Agent Monica clearing Masked Carnival 32. We have a clip from OO doing Underkeep. And we have a run of Shaq in Ghost Park as Astrologian asking for some advice. Among all of them, I'm pretty sure the one that specifically asked for advice was the one from Shaq. So I would probably prioritize that one. To start with that. It's not necessarily that, only advice clips get precedent, like priority, but it's more that while it's a little less interesting when, like, you're watching a clip of someone beating something when it's like, yeah, that's 2 months ago, thanks. But if someone is sending a clip and they are asking for advice, if it takes me 2 extra weeks to get around to it, then by the time I can give advice, they might be like, yeah, I already started doing all that. So it's like, thanks, but it's a little late. And the advice and on the other hand, the advice being given could have been helpful because if they had it earlier, they could have practiced earlier and gotten better earlier. So I kind of want to prioritize those as best I can. And I think Shaq is in the chat, right? And yeah, just to clarify once again, that means that the way that we do it is that we're watching through this clip. We're looking for ways to improve. You in the chat are also welcome to come with suggestions on what could be done. If you notice something I might not notice, sometimes we also learn how to give advice that matters and things like that. As a result of this, because you might be like, oh, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, and it's like, yeah, but they're also not doing this way more important thing. Like, I can't remember the details, but I think it was, no, actually, I don't remember the job, but I do specifically remember we reviewed a duty where someone was, like, their GCD was clipping mega hard. But there were also, like, other smaller issues, so it was like, hey, your dot is running out. It's like, yeah, but their GCD isn't spinning. Like, the priority and things like that. But yeah, this is Shaq doing Stray Burrow Deadwalk, also known by me as Ghost Park. And Nox from the chat is here as a tank, and Melo, that is Tristan Debart, is here as a DPS, and I think they have a random. That's good. Yeah, I was gonna suggest Celestial Intersection. Smart. A thing. Right. Wait, what? Oh no. Let me just rewind. What happened? Okay, so this is, like, just real quick, like, super small detail, is that a core problem that, or a minor problem that some astrologians run into, whether it's at the start of a dungeon, at the start of a trial, at the start of a fight, is that a lot of the time they start their opener and then that's when they realize that, oh yeah, I have those defensive cards. The arrow increases all healing received by the target. This also applies to barriers. The spire applies barrier. Any justification you have for using Celestial Intersection at this very moment could also be used as justification for using the spire. And both of them being used at this point also justifies the arrow being used, which means that to help alleviate, sorry, my nose is really itchy, I don't know why. If you're going to use them all anyway, and you probably are, it could make sense to open with arrow, aspected benefic, spire, intersection. You could also just go arrow, spire, intersection, aspected benefic. The order is not particularly crucial, but the idea is that it didn't happen in this case because something else went wrong. But a lot of the time, I feel like astrologians will, like, start whatever they want to do, and then they go, oh right, the defensive cards, and they could have resolved that problem by just playing them before they entered combat. And yeah, the problem that is happening here is that Nox forgot to turn on tank stance. Or alternatively might have turned it off. And in this particular case, it of course becomes pretty handy that Shaq could just turn around and give the card to the ninja. You could also have given the ninja your other Celestial Intersection, but I mean, you gave them a shield and they didn't seem to need any more than that. Yeah. Arrow is still the most misunderstood card. Yes, it is. A lot of people, I think, still believe that it increases healing done. But the wording on it is really wacky, so somewhat justified, I think. Let me just rewind to take that one from the start. So, The mobs are pretty spread out somehow, so I could see how it makes no sense to light speed for gravity here. That's just how it is sometimes. However, you probably would want to light speed here. Nafanwa says, does the damage buff snap the earthly dominance? Earthly Star is a pet. It scales with you real time. When it explodes, that's when it checks. Also, I can see in the chat here, I was online when this happened. I now understand why Shaq suddenly screamed, "No!" into the link shell. Gravity still a gain on 2. Yes, however, you know what's even better on 2? Spreading a dot. Like there, you probably would want to use gravity. There, dot. And then as they spread out, you could dot them. And if you don't feel confident about using a light speed just for that, like if you, maybe you want to save them as you're still learning what you can get away with, you could just dot the mobs one by one. But once your cat, not like once this happens, now you put a dot. Now that you start running, right here, you should have used light speed. Especially if you had no intention of switching target. You should have used light speed, switch to those guys, and use gravity. Like, if you start just awkwardly running like that, that's when you want to use light speed. So you can use gravity while you run. And since Lightspeed hadn't been activated yet, you should be using Lightspeed now. Like super now. Because if you don't, you'll find that any way you can envision getting all of the things you need to cast right now out the door fast enough is by not using gravity. Which is what happens here. And in the confusion, I know I keep going back to this quite a lot, but there's a lot to learn from this. Divination needs to come out. Would have been nice if it was in Lightspeed. A heal for the tank. I will say, Nox was fine in this very moment because Shadowed Vigil is there. And it heals when Nox drops to a certain HP threshold. So Nox didn't need immediate assistance. You might not have realized that in the moment. You were busy setting up buffs, and then like out of the corner of your eye, you're like, oh no, tank is dying. You go heal them. Makes sense. But in retrospect, you see this? You didn't need to do anything. You could just focus on your thing. And there you lost your damage card and a Lord of Crowns. And yeah, also that Earthly Star is super jank. It has a different potency than what it says it does, and it scales with weird things. But roughly speaking, it's a pet. And it scales real time. So if you see a damage buff running out on you and it has already primed, you just send it manually. But yet here, you find you ended up getting to gravity. But if you had used light speed right as you reached where you wanted to stand, then this could have been a lot easier. And I'm going to imagine that this might be a problem that will come up again later in the dungeon. So unlike the arrow and the spire, where they're actually efficient to use before you pull, it's a little awkward with the bowl and an ewer. You'd probably prefer to hold those until Nox reaches their destination, and then you just drop both. This is fine, by the way. Nox was also taking damage, but my point being that those are cards you don't want to use before combat begins, at the very least. You lost the Lady of Crowns. And yeah, you're having a bit of trouble with the target switching. Let me just see here. I don't know if you have the default keybinds, but if you do, then F2 should by default be bound to second player from the top in your party list. I often find that helpful for quickly switching to the tank. You could also just find something for that. You could also just set your tank as your focus target and then just have a target focus target button to like get you to the tank or whatever you need. Yep, that's good. Light speed? No light speed. News says, personally I go by the idea a tank is never in danger until they use their invuln. I mean, true, but if you use your resources smartly, then and the tank does too, then they will never be in a situation where it gets that dire. Most of the time. Also, this particular party composition is really awkward for it, but Shaq is performing a deliberate trick here to help the melees. Just a little credit there. For those that don't know about this, the first set of children will first run at the player that they determine is the furthest away from them. When they reach the other side, they will turn around and run at the person that is closest to them. They will do this. The first set of children will do that. The second set of children will do that. In my experience, the third set of children, if you get to that, will flip that. And then instead charge at the first person they see, instead of the furthest away. Most of the time, the fight is over before that. So the trick is, if you place ranged players really out on the edge, preferably on opposing ends, and you have all the melees like stand like way under the boss, then the children from the opposing sides will run in an extremely predictable manner because they will all run at the same player. So you can see all of these, like everything coming from like over here is running at Shaq, which makes that easier to dodge for everyone, including Shaq, because Shaq knows that all of those children are pointing at him. Basically, none of the children running towards him are pointing at some other place than where he was. And by him staying like that, he baited basically all but one of those children to where he was second, which deleted them from the whole mechanic by just sending them out. Oh, Nox got headed. Nafanwa says, some Dark Knight players tells us when they want to use invuln and want us to stop healing. Is this really worth it if you're playing something like a Sage? Does it actually gain you anything? My suggestion when that happens, if the Dark Knight is smart, then they will not use their invuln until they are low enough that it will pop. Which means you as a healer, what you should do when they say that, under optimal circumstances, is you should do what you would do if nothing... Basically, if you have anything you would do anyway, you just keep doing that. For instance, there's no reason to move your Cardia off the tank. Like, let's be real here. The Scholar doesn't dismiss their pet when the tank says, I'm gonna invuln. And that's the same idea. You just let them heal that. If they can't figure out when they should living dead because you're healing them a little bit with Cardia, then that's on them. They should wait a little longer. If you have been using Keracholi, the barrier, the damage reduction, heal over time effect, like at the top of every fight, then you can probably do that anyway. The tank should expect that. And it's not a burst heal. So they, like, it happens slowly enough that they can plan around that. There's no reason for you to use Jaime or Panheimer. There's no need for you to use Tavrocolli. There's no reason for you to use Physis. But Caracolli has such a short cooldown that if you use it at the top of the fight, it'll probably run out around when the Dark Knight needs to use Living Dead. And by the time Living Dead has fully resolved, Caracolli might be coming back again. Which is just all benefit for you. But if the tank says they're going to invuln, assume that they are, and plan your healing accordingly. Which means don't burst heal them. The Dark Knight has to be able to predict what you're doing. They can predict your Cardia. They might be able to predict your Caracolli, but they cannot predict you just throwing 2 Ryocollis at them and just burst healing them. You have to hold that Nevma. You have to wait with the big heals and just let them do their thing. And indeed, as Fila says, what really matters is being consistent, which is why I'm saying if you've been using Caracolli at the top of every pull, just do that. Just keep doing that. Maybe hold back on other cooldowns, but if you've been doing that, then the Dark Knight can probably expect that you're going to do that. But don't panic. And also, as Gazel says, if you don't respect them... oh no! If you don't respect them requesting that, then they will just let you run out of resources. Because they said they were going to invuln, so they're not going to use anything before they get to invuln. Naomi says, I know you're not talking to me, but I'm very bad at paying specific attention to what my healer does when I'm tanking dungeons. The tip there, Naomi, is if you're the Dark Knight and you say, I'm going to invuln, then you don't invuln when you have full HP. You don't invuln when you have 50% HP. You don't even invuln when you have 30%. You invuln preferably when you're like, I'm going to die in 2 seconds. Even though it has 10. By making sure you're that close, you might still make it to death if the healer accidentally does something anyway. But personally, I don't use my invuln as a resource like that. When my healer's good, I don't need my invuln for the whole dungeon. I have so many defensive cooldowns. It doesn't matter what tank I play. I play all 4. And I don't need my invuln if my healer and me are doing well. If something goes wrong, I have my invuln if I need it. And I will usually press my invuln so late that me as a Dark Knight, the healer doesn't have the capacity to stop me. When I use Living Dead, I'm out, they're out, the only option is Living Dead. They will not stop me because they don't have the capacity to. That's how I use invulns in dungeons. What happened to the... oh no. The grab into... oh. If they had Shade Shift, maybe? Nah, only a tank can live that. That's also fair, Ella. That's fair. Stamp says, I need help avoiding those puppets with high latency. My best suggestion is to try and figure out their pathing early. If you can see who they're running at, you can dodge them better. Oh boy. Thank you, Fila. Yeah, I don't think there was anything you could do, Shaq, because the ninja died so fast. But yet it is hard. Because it's like, oh yeah, just pay attention to the other players in your team, but if you're having trouble with your toolkit, you might not be able to do that. And I wasn't really super focused on Shaq's, astrologian prowess there, because I feel like that specific pull Like, that specific boss is really, really mean. Like, a lot of people will goof it up there. So I'll try to focus on fights where it's not that. You lost a lot of counts. Oh boy. Oh, there's Living Dead. And it popped. You see, Nox used it so late that there wasn't really, like, Shaq had... If Shaq reacted super fast, they could probably have done something. But I think Shaq saw the Living Dead. I will say... You heard it more than saw it. Even better. A lot of people don't even know what those kind of actions sound like. I know what Living Dead sounds like. And also true, Matthew. Remember that where the other 3 tanks had, like, either stop taking damage altogether or can easily heal up when they're done. Like invulning. Dark Knight's invuln is basically... It's not really an invuln. It's actually benediction in a hat. So you need to continue... You have to go back to mitigating properly the moment you have fully healed and get on that rebirth. Astro's clock ability? Do you mean divination? Like the raid buff? Or do you mean horoscope? Hey Percy, hope you're doing well. Horoscope? I mean... Real quick pause on that. I'll just rewind this because I actually wanted to see the burst setup. Astrologian can do a million things leading into a pull. If you wanted to. As the tank is pulling initially, you could use the arrow, use the spire, use neutral sect if you want to. Put on aspected benefic on the tank, use swift cast and horoscope, and then use aspected Helios or Helios conjunction to both buff horoscope and also put an additional hot on them. You could use celestial intersection. All of those things you can prepare before the tank even starts taking damage. Whether you need it or not is a different story. I would say... I gave this tip for white mages, I think in my white mage guide. I can't remember if I gave a similar tip for the astrologian guide. But my general advice for horoscope is similar to the plenary indulgence tip. So plenary indulgence is a white mage OGD that makes it so that your AoE healing spells heal more. Like, it just adds extra potency to them for 10 seconds. But it has a 1-minute cooldown, and often you will not actually need an AoE healing spell that often. So most of the time, unless you know you will not need that extra healing, just click Plenary Indulgence before you use an AoE healing spell. If you can, just weave that first and send it. Horoscope is the same. If you recognize that you might actually need a Helios conjunction, just hit Horoscope first. Just boop, and then send it. And then you have it, in case you need more healing. Like, basically, if you're going to use Helios Conjunction, just use Horoscope first. The only time you shouldn't do that is if you know, for some reason, that you're going to need Horoscope later. But it is one of the complicated ones. Now... for the buff window here, then. I think I saw what I needed to. I'm just going to say it one last time. I think you completely forgot that you have light speed. Shaq. Wait, did we just hit 32,000? Thank you so much for reminding me, Meridon. Thank you all so much for the support. Wow. 32,000. But yeah, to this, I think you have completely forgotten that you have light speed, Shaq. And most of the things that I have been able to comment on here is like, if you just used light speed more, it would go away all on its own. And the main thing that goes wrong is that the moment you start on your burst, you just stop attacking altogether. It makes sense because without light speed, that's going to be really complicated. But if you had light speed running, it would be a lot easier. So that is my biggest suggestion based on this, Shaq. Use light speed is like, basically, if we just go back to this point, you can actually see here that either it's possible Shaq didn't realize the divination was ready, but I have done something similar sometimes. I'm not 100% sure on a burst, is that I'll like almost like take an extra GCD to be like, all right, do I remember how to do it? Okay, and go! And then I like goof it up anyway. Or I'll get it right, but like I'll be one GCD late because I'm like, I didn't actually prepare for this. And Shaq might be like squaring up to get it done. Right here is when you use light speed. Granted, it would have been better, if we just go back to this point, it would have been better if you used light speed here. That's one GCD early, but maybe 1 or 2 GCDs early, but I think it's 1 GCD early. But divination is also slightly off because it's a dungeon. Your GCD is slightly off. You're not, like, you don't have a perfect 100% uptime, so your GCD is slightly off from divination. You probably don't have exactly 2.50 GCD either, so... But here, you weave light speed. And by doing so, this would be a really convenient time to use Earthly Star. Which is also ready. And then here, you could weave divination exactly on cooldown. You might not be able to double weave because divination came up in the middle of the cooldown, but that's fine. You just divination here, and then you GCD again, and then you go balance on Milo. Milo's lance charge is ticking. He needs it now. You need to catch that before he uses Stardiver, before he uses Nastron, before he uses, I don't know, maybe he has Dragonflight. I probably doesn't. I don't see Litany, but maybe it's coming up. But Milo's about to burst. He's about to break. He needs that balance card today. He's also stronger than the ninja, so you probably put the balance card on him. And then you use Lord of Crowns. And then the next GCD, which is like here-ish, I think, something like this. Draw. And probably spear on the ninja. You could also spear on Milo because actually those 2 damage cards stack. So you could do that. And then for the next GCD, Oracle, and you're done. Then you can do whatever you want. You might, at like a little later, pop Earthly Star manually, but that's basically it. Also, hey Freelon, hope you're doing well. And that's true, if you use specific GCDs, it might work without light speed, but the key here is that, just to catch you up to speed, Freelon, Shaq has used 0 charges on light speed this entire duty. Right stuff, enjoy work. But yeah, you basically just want to work it through all that, and it's really handy if the tank can just not need your help for those 7 seconds. And here you could also use light speed. You have an extra charge, even in the way that I suggested doing it. But that's my suggestion. View Lightspeed as if it is a buff, a raid buff that has to go before divination. They're attached. They're like yeah, what's a good example on jobs that I know Shaq plays? Uh-oh. One is livable. I also saw someone say that they usually have no trouble using Lady, but Lord gets forgotten. That makes sense because optimally you send the Lady extra aggressively. Like the moment you need AoE healing, you just send the Lady. And then the thing is that I know Shaq plays Viper. So I was like, oh, there isn't really one there. Yeah, that makes sense. Based on my calculations, especially with 2 melee DPS, sending the melee LB the moment you have it makes sense. Is it Fight or Flight plus Imperator for Paladin? Yeah, in a way. Swift cast aggressively as Astrologian? You can do that too, yeah. What's the thought process behind the cast bar placement? Where is the cast bar actually? Oh, there! I mean, if it works for Shaq, then I'm not gonna question that. The cast bar placement being somewhere else wouldn't have helped with the things that are having trouble here. Imperator goes with Expiation? Wait, why would it do that? It doesn't Expiation go with Circle of Scorn? Oh, there was actually a Lightspeed use. Uh-oh. Yeah, it was OO. Crazy Youngers is one thing I still find myself forgetting about as Astrologian's Macrocosmos. Admittedly, Macrocosmos, Liturgy of the Bell, aka Lilybell, for some experience, for some Nevma, all four are surprisingly difficult to remember sometimes because they feel too big. Too big. So I get that. I believe there is some really weird... I just want to rewind real quick to see what went wrong with the death. A really weird thing you can try to help yourself to remember it, Crazy Yalga, I don't know if it helps, but in a dungeon context, Nevma, Sage's big laser beam, and Macrocosmos is a gain on AoE, because they deal the same damage as your single target filler, but with an AoE component. So they do more damage than your AoE filler. So yeah, exactly. You could just use it for the AoE damage, and then it'll heal something. I'm just gonna take a quick look here and say, what's happening in this incoming poll looks to me like Nox was going to use Living Dead. Everything in what Nox is doing is telling me Living Dead is ready and I'm going to use it. I just didn't say anything about it. If Shaq had seen this amount of damage coming, they could probably done something about it. If they were very well experienced with astrology, they could probably done something about it. Mainly because I can see Earthly Star is available. Essential Dignity is available. There's at least one Celestial Intersection available. It could be saved. However, this specific poll feels like Nox just, like, had an oopsie and forgot to do anything. Yeah, exactly, Shaq. That's also what I'm observing, is that looking at this, Nox basically did nothing until a TBN, when it was like, if Shaq was playing a healer that Shaq was more experienced with and more comfortable with, that was the moment where Nox bought exactly enough time that a comfortable healer could just save it at that exact moment. However, for barrier healers, that would probably cost them everything they have. So Nox would have had to, like, get saved and then use everything Nox has to save it after that, because the healer would have just gone. An Astrologian or a White Mage could save it much more easily. But if Living Dead had been available, this would have looked pretty good. Also, just a real quick here. This could have worked. They fixed it before. They fixed it super early, Zaf. They fixed it super early. The thing that I'm seeing is right here. The revelation that actually Macrocosmos is a GCT. If Macrocosmos had been pressed like one GCT sooner, and then the Microcosmos was used in time, it might have saved this. But right here, if Nox had Living Dead, it might have worked. So yeah, that was what happened. But yeah, that is also like, this is a kind of body language itself. That I would probably just be going through the motions myself. That I would use the cooldowns that I normally do, and then I would be like looking at Nox. Like if I was the healer here, I would see this and probably go, oh, Nox is going to use Living Dead. And then right around here, I might go, Nox might not be using Living Dead. Welcome back, Bromtome. But yeah, overall, like that one could have been saved if Shaq was a bit more comfortable with Astrologian. But admittedly, wasn't entirely all on Shaq to fix that. Did I use a Living Dead before this? Yes, you did. I can't remember which pull though, but you did. I'm pretty sure it was over 5 minutes ago. Pull after first boss. Then it might have been ready. 5-minute cooldown. Yeah, same, Nafanua. That is usually how Sinistry ends up being used. Yeah, that also makes sense, Mew. I think Macrocosmos is the strongest when you have planned your cooldowns. Like in a Savage context or something. Nice. Like a really, really short tip on this one is this second wave of like with the books and that. I think it's obvious for most, but just in case it isn't, the ghosts will spawn on the side, like the wraiths will spawn on the side that is closest to you. So you generally want to like center yourself and do this. I'm mainly mentioning it because I can see that the ninja, either forgot or didn't know this. So to stretch their tether and stay in melee range, they had to do this. Macrocosmos no cast time? I believe that's correct. But it is a GCD. But yeah, I think based on what the Shaq has been doing in this run, I would say the biggest takeaway is try to include light speed before you use divination. Like include it as like part of your burst. And you know, like generally it's a you know, it's a learning experience, but I would say that it's a failed burst if you have your GCD just sitting there while you go card for you, divination, oracle, like just working through all the cooldowns. That's while it isn't astrologian, it looks a bit like this. All right, I'm ready to pull now. What do you mean life surge is running out? It's not quite that, but it feels a little bit like that. So you don't want to do that. And it costs a lot of damage. But yeah, other than that, it seemed to go pretty well. Also, since you're here, OO, you didn't have any description on the clip you sent. Usually when people send me like a dungeon run, they say something. Like for instance, Shaq asked for astrologian advice. So I don't know what you had intended with the clip. Also, that's a long run. Oh, it's 2 different runs. You were interested in what I thought of your console HUD. Right. A picture would probably been fine then. I think this looks really clean. We just hop to combat. This does look really clean. I would say, considering how this looks, are you playing on a TV? Or are you like sitting reasonably close, like a PC setup style? Or are you sitting like really far away? Like a TV. In that case... Well, I have one thing. I'm surprised that you have completely hidden damage numbers. General piece of advice. I know that it is not as immersive, but I highly advise that you have damage numbers shown. They don't have to be big, but if you can't see them, then you're also not going to notice. If you're at, then it's going to be very much like a lot more likely that you don't notice if you're attacking something that is invulnerable or doesn't take damage or whatever it is. It's a really good idea to have them visible. They don't have to be like huge. They just have to be there so that you can see that, hey, wait a minute, that didn't produce any damage. What's wrong? And then it like makes you aware of what's going on. The second thing is, considering that everything is so spaced out, with the amount of space that you have here, especially under your character, I would grab this, like all of this up here, just the whole thing, just, and put it down here. You have so much space under your character. It's way easier to keep track of all these things if they're there. You might then say, but you don't do that. Correct. That is correct. But I would also say that I have substantially less space under my character because I put other things there. It's also the fact that if you're on a TV, the things are even more spaced out. Another thing is that if you are on a TV, some of these things, you might really want to make them bigger for your own sake, so that you can actually read that it says 10 there. I don't know if you have just super good sight, but it's just, you know, just consider it. I would also similarly say, and this could actually make your UI cleaner, grab this and put it down here. Like, you know, a little bit higher up so there's space for 8 or 9, right? Because there might be a pet. But I grab this and put it down here. I would also grab this, like, enmity list, and put it, like, around down here. Somewhere here. It has a maximum length, which you can see when you're using like the HUD settings, but like put it down here somewhere. You could even like, I know that that's going to look really weird, but like if you really like this immersive experience of like it's just the game, you could grab all of this and like shove it further down in this corner, and then basically everything from here or so is just up. It's just game. Just all of this, push it down. Push it further down so that you're like, if you need information, it's down here. If you need to see the fight, it's up here. That's my suggestion. You don't have to do that, but you could do that. How's it, Jin? Hope you're doing well. If you don't have problems with these things, then you can also just not do any of these things. As I said, I have no problems with like glancing up to my buffs and down here and all over the place. But I'm also just used to it, and this is like reasonably close to like default UI in many respects. And I do that because it makes for an easier viewing experience. You know where the things are because I put them where they normally are. Right. We still have a lot of clips. Milo said something about maybe this clip not being super interesting. So I guess we will skip that in that case. That's a lot of flying? Yes. I think Shaq is there because of a reawaken. Agent Monica says, I feel like there should be more videos to suggest ways to make console UIs. Part of the problem is to give good advice, you'd have to play on it. And it kind of makes sense that like content creators might be more likely to play on PC. Not necessarily, but it makes sense that they might. What is this, by the way? Nox sent this paint rejector Pictomancer. We had a very odd Pictomancer in one of our runs. We can take a quick look. That's a random time to use Tempera Grasa. It looks like they didn't prepare their motifs before the fight. That can happen. Okay, that's weird. They used Hammer Stamp, and then their hammer combo ran out. And they didn't use the free subtractive palette either. Yeah, that is strange. The random Tempera Grasa right at the start of the fight makes me think that they might not be super experienced. But the fact that they have a returner symbol on them tells me that they might also just be extremely out of practice. That's hard to say, Jin. I feel like it's not a good idea to cast that aside and just assume that, they're probably bad because they don't care. We don't do that here. And also, I would feel like what they did on that boss poll we just saw was weirdly unusual. I will also say on the hammer combo thing that this footage is from 7.2. So technically, if you only needed one hammer stamp for some reason, it kind of made sense to just use that and let the rest tick out. Possibly. I don't actually know if Hammer Stamp was a damage loss at level 88. I'm guessing it was, because of how the things scale up. Like, damage loss in the same sense that as it was at max level, where it's, like, really small to use Hammer just for the sake of it. It isn't anymore. But that is sometimes... Yeah, exactly. Once you have it painted, it's a damage gain. The damage loss is in making it. But that is actually... This relates to the whole thing I had about Holy and White in a recent Mythbuster video. That some players will learn that the button is bad, quote unquote, and then they will not use it, even though it would actually be good in the specific situation where they find themselves in. But yeah, I imagine that it's possible that they're like just MSQ man, they don't really care. It's also possible that they're a returning player and they're really rusty. It's also possible that they're just not that good at the game. That happens. That's okay. We're not here to like sit here and point fingers. It's perfectly fine. And hopefully they'll figure these things out a little later. Or maybe they've already gotten better since, right? Also possible one of the first Pictomancer dungeons. I mean, if they leveled by just dungeons, this would be like the fourth dungeon. I know, Jin. that's what I'm saying, is that I'm not here going, look at the bad play, Lamau. Like, you were actually trying to justify their play as well. I'm specifically saying that's an interesting observation, but we're not here to, like, sit and point and laugh. We don't do that here. But that is interesting. And it is interesting to have those kind of things, because I'm not joking. I have videos where I've talked about, like, things like ways to play jobs wrong. And I explain them from the perspective of, they happen. People do this. And I've had people say, people don't do that. You're just making things up. Meanwhile, I have legitimate, like, mentor roulette videos where there are, like, black mages not using fire magic, or, like, a dragoon just weaving every single thing they have before they use a GCD, or players just not using damage buffs, and so on and so forth. So, like, it's nice to see, like, to have more evidence that these things happen. It's not to, like, say, bad player. It's more like to say, yes, they do exist. It makes sense to try and address these problems and say, you do this instead, because they exist. They're real. Hey, Matthew. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. But yeah, it's not about pointing and laughing. Like, it's the same thing with when we're reviewing someone's specific gameplay, is that we're trying to give help. We're not sitting there going, wow, that's really bad. I mean, if it's really bad, we might go, oh boy, and then address it. Jin says, I think people really overestimate, the player base. Oh, definitely. You know what's really interesting about that is that somehow, and this is probably a case of, you know, it's not the same players, but somehow it is possible for the average duty finder group, so random roulette group, to be so good that healers are pointless and warriors only need to use raw intuition or bloodletting to do the whole dungeon, and they don't need any other defensive cooldowns. And simultaneously, the average duty finder group is also so bad that they can't dodge mechanics. Like, it's the same. It's the same thing. It's like, some players that are surrounded by better players will be shocked to find that the average player is not as good as them, and the players that are not surrounded by the better players are in fact surrounded by worse players, or are worse players, will be a lot more amenable to the concept that it is normal to not be so amazing, and in fact might be ridiculing the level of optimization that is sometimes suggested in guides, because who does that? Not them. Like, it's basically like there's the whole spectrum, and the far edges are so far out that they might not actually recognize that the other end is bigger than they think. I enjoyed it, OO. I liked it. I also had a whole stream where I did it. And I enjoyed it. Exactly, Percy. You know, just a moment. I'm turning into a sin eater or something. All right. Let's see here. Oh. Oh, right. No dark mode? What do you mean? I turned on some lights. Yeah, the main point where I start to care a bit, Jin, is that there are situations where people are underperforming to such an extreme degree where they are basically forcing the rest of the party to carry them, and saying basically that that's okay. I mean, sure, but it's a little more complicated than that. I have a video from back in Endwalker called Why It Is Okay to Suck at Final Fantasy XIV. A clear point that I make there is that because there's only so much content that you need to do on a daily or weekly basis, most players are not that much in a hurry to get anywhere. Like, they'll do the roulette, it might take longer, and most players will not care. But the key reason why people don't mind and don't question it is because, let's say that you are in expert roulette and one of your DPS is not doing super great. You don't know their life. Maybe they're disabled. Maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe the moment the cube popped, they suddenly got a stomachache and they're just trying to hold on, but they're not gonna disappoint the group. But here we go, I'm trying my best. You don't know. But let's assume that the person who's playing badly has a good reason for that, right? The problems arrive when some players go, well, I don't have to do more than that, so I don't want to do more than that. And then the three other players who are working harder to compensate are basically, instead of thinking that they're, trying to help like their hurt comrade over, or like they're like the old friend who's like he's still in it, but he needs a little extra help. That's fine. Like, they're helping that person over. Like, they think that's what they're doing, but what they're actually doing is this guy just saying, carry me. And that is where it crosses a line where it's suddenly not okay. I don't explain it in such an extreme way in the video. The way I explain it in the video is that deliberately playing badly is not okay. But being bad at the game is okay. Second Eyelid says, that sounds like an extreme minority, TBH. It hopefully is. There are not many of them, but surprisingly, they sometimes make themselves known. Because sometimes, from their perspective, they think that they're fully justified in doing that. And thank you, Ardell. Jin says, that is indeed okay, but you, something else, but you're technically allowed to kick them, right? Not that I've done that ever. When it reaches a certain level, of deliberately playing badly, refusing to participate in the completion of an instance, becomes a report reason. And oh yes, Mew, there's also like there's a whole web page where they give examples, detailed examples of what is and what is not okay to do. And yeah, thank you, Ardell. I have a video on all of that, and I think there's a link to that page in the description of it or something. Like there's a whole thing. Kicking players is complicated. In some aspects, there's a very clear, like, black and white, where it's like, that you can't kick for, that you can. But there is a massive gray area between it. And I believe one of the descriptions is that while you can kick someone unjustified, but a specific reason that you cannot choose as a kick option, so you just have to choose one that matches the best, is if there is a disagreement in playstyle. That is a gray area where it is okay to kick someone. What does that even mean? Here's an example. Let's say you join a group, or like you do a duty, you enter a duty, and one of your players have chosen that they're going to walk through the whole dungeon. They're not going to run, they're just going to walk through the whole thing. Yeah, exactly, Freezy Lemon said it as well. On the one hand, that could be described as refusing to participate in the completion of the duty because they're doing it deliberately so slowly that they're intentionally slowing the group down. Fully intentionally. You could report for that. Or you could just kick them because you have a disagreement in playstyle. And that would probably be justified. Another example, which is more extreme somehow. Let's say your tank only pulls one pack at a time. And if you try to pull more, they will just ignore those mobs and just fight the ones that they pulled. That falls under lethargic gameplay. Asterisk. If the tank refuses to do their job and tank, then they are deliberately not doing their role. However, this might be the third time you wipe to one of the DPS pulling an extra pack you can't take. At that point, the DPS is deliberately preventing the completion of the duty, and they can be reported or kicked. You see how there's this huge gray area? Basically, depending on context, who is at fault varies. There's also the part that whole website where they explain all these things, they also go in quite a lot of detail saying it's better if the players try to resolve it themselves before they resort to reporting. Because a lot of the time that leads to a better end result. And this is partly because for you to report someone for your pull your tank behavior, right? Just as an example, you need to then do the whole dungeon just letting them do that so that you can finish it and then report them. Because if you start to raise a stink on your own end and cause problems, then they can also just report you. Or alternatively, there you pull your tank behavior might be justified by what you're doing, and then suddenly it makes no sense to report anyone. So basically, if you can resolve it with words, you can resolve it and then have fun doing the rest of the duty. Whereas if you resort to reporting, the duty is ruined. Like, either you leave and then report them, and that sucks for you, or you accept that you have to deal with this and do the duty on your best behavior, and that also sucks for you. So the best solution is use words, and then you report when that doesn't work. OO says, is it okay to tell someone in a dungeon you're just bad? No? I mean, most players would just be, like, mildly offended by that, but no, that's not very helpful. Like, in fact, what you've done by saying you're just bad is at best, you've confused them or weirded them out. At worst, you're going to get reported. Unlikely, but they might actually be so offended that they go, I'm going to report you for that. If they say that, you can report them, by the way. It's reportable to threaten with reports. Don't ever tell someone that you're going to report them. Just do it. And also, as Freezy says, like, I'm pretty sure that you can't actually get punished for just being a little rude like that. But here's the thing. Slightly better than worst case scenario, which was you just get reported and it leads to punishment. The slightly better scenario than that is you just demoralize the player, and now they're going to play even worse. Congratulations with that. Now the duty is going to take longer. You have shot yourself in the foot. So just don't do that. And yeah, the thing you do there, Fern, is if they start threatening with reports, you just doink, doink, doink. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, look, let's see what their name is. Copy paste. Where are we? Boink. What time is it? What did they do? And then you just copy paste the chat log. Just and what chat mode it was. Send. You don't even have to respond to them. You just, oh, okay, we're done. Because once they, like, people that threaten with reports might be difficult to handle. Because they're already basically just like waving a gun at you, quote unquote. And also, thank you, Jin, for the compliment on my videos. And Matthew said, personally, I find it fun. I find fun in optimizing jobs in my gameplay. Me too. But I never expect other people to be optimizing their gameplay in casual content. However, I expect people to at least play the game. And that is largely what I do too. Like, you'll notice that most of the time, I will, like, in my mentor videos, I'll be like, they're not doing this thing. And I'll still be like, but the duty went well. Like, I'll mention something they could do better. But you'll also find that I don't mention it in the dungeon. So it's like more like an observation. And it's usually if someone is doing really badly that I'll feel like I might want to try and help them. But most of the time it really doesn't matter. Wouldn't that be something, Bronto? I have more clips, Nafanwa. I have more clips. Yes. I'm a little bit confused as to which one to pick. Also, actually, let's do one of Zav's. This one is a 5S. So that is Alexander the Fist of the Sun Savage. I do believe my notes say that it is minimum item level, no echo. And it is a pretty normal looking party. And it is synced, as you can see. It's minimum item level, no echo. Casey, in dungeons, the 2-minute burst is like mostly something you do personally, like when your cooldowns come up. In a raid, like normal raid, you still do that. And if you do your opener, quote-unquote opener, correctly, and then just use your cooldowns as described, for instance, in my guides, then the 2-minute burst is completely automatic. Like, you're not, like, doing anything special to like, make it work. You just click the buttons on cooldown and it just magically works. There are some jobs where it's a little more complicated than that, but that's roughly how it works. But the thing is, in random groups, you can't assume that they're doing that. And you just have to focus on yours. In Savage, there's a lot more priority in that, but even that you don't have to be perfect about. I'll say, Erica, hope you're doing well. Yeah, see, the thing is, Freezy, just clarifying, this is what makes it complicated, because a lot of players don't actually understand how to give advice in a polite way. I have actually a whole video on that. And the funny thing is that there are a lot of comments on that one where they're mad that they got punished when they told someone rudely how to do better. Or alternatively, they would say that there's no need to beat around the bush and be so careful and polite about it. Just tell people what to do. Which basically circles back to this again. Basically, the difference between saying, stop using Cure 2 and use Holy, and saying, you know, if you tagged a bit more, that might actually be better. One is a command, the other one is a suggestion. But Freezy, if you really think about it for a moment, is there a context in which you're bad at X is not rude? Probably. But it is complicated with these things because there are all these gray areas. Like I've also said, part of the problem with, you know, worldwide data center travel, if we were to get it one day, is cultural differences. Something that someone says in EU might be perfectly normal, but if an NA player sees it, it's super rude. We already saw that happen with an NA player reporting in Australia and for saying something that is normal in Australia, right? So sometimes it's really complicated. Hey Isaac, hope you're doing well. And enjoy, Matthew. You're bad at offending people. And thank you, Sukep. The thing is, a lot of those examples are complicated because they're basically trying to describe these gray areas. Anyway, Zaf on Ninja. There's also one last thing. That's also why I say, and I explain this in my how to report someone video, by the way. Some people will read those guidelines, Freezy, and instead a key thing that is really important that I'm pretty sure is in those guidelines is it's offensive if you're actually offended by it, right? It can be offensive if you're actually offended by it. And some players don't quite understand that distinction, that these gray areas are there because we're all different. Some people think it's perfectly fine to be told by their friend that they mega suck at their job just for the memes. And that's okay as long as all the parties involved are okay with that. But the other player might, like some other rando, might not feel okay with that. So for them it's offensive, but for your bro it's not offensive. But some players don't understand that distinction and basically are hall monitors or rules lawyers, which is to say, they report you because it says right here that that's reportable. Not because they are actually offended, but you did the thing that wasn't allowed. It says so here, so I'm gonna report you for it. And that is not the way to do it. These people are hopefully rare, but that's where the problems lie, typically. It being bannable. So the key thing to remember, Freezy, is that each offense has a very different punishment. You telling someone that they're bad, depending on the context, could do nothing. It could lead to a GM talking to you. It could, if you are regularly a jerk, lead to a greater punishment. But like you have to like accumulate bad boy points before something like that would actually get you banned. So a lot of the time when people say they got suspended for giving someone advice, it was not because they gave someone advice. It's because they gave a lot of people advice. Advice, quote unquote. And at some point, it reached the boiling point where it led to a punishment. I would assume so, Freezy Limit. I'm just saying I give a lot of advice, and sometimes I've given advice that people might not have appreciated super much, and I have never spoken with a GM in Final Fantasy XIV. I've reported a few players, but that has largely been lethargic behavior or inaction, being AFK in a duty where very conveniently you cannot be kicked. Oh, that is actually the reason why a lot of Final Fantasy XIV players are very good at passive-aggressive comments. They'll say something that, if you read it out of context, sounds totally fair. But in context, it's pretty obvious that you're not meaning it like that. Are bad boy points kind of like commendations? No, they're not. They also have a halftime, almost like radioactive stuff. This fight is particularly interesting as well, because even on normal, this opening act can kill a tank. I'm assuming a tank switch is coming? No? Oh! Okay, I think I get it. So the debuff, this thing, if it hits 4, just like on normal, you get stunned and you will take way more physical damage, which means that you will die from the final punch. But it's a really long debuff, so if you actually perform a tank switch before the stun applies, then you might not be able to do that later because the debuff is not gone yet. So you need it to hit 4 so it goes away. Freezy says, so kick your party lead is way more lenient than a vote dismiss. Yes, that's correct. I think someone talked a little bit about that earlier, but yeah, basically, in the vast majority of situations, if you kick someone from your party finder, they don't really have anything. They don't really have any grounds to report you or anything. You decided that you didn't want to play with them. It's your party. So it's very specific things where it would be reportable, I'm pretty sure. Whereas vote dismiss is this situation where, while technically you can vote dismiss someone for difference in playstyles, you have to be really sure that that applies before you kick someone. And I think it's very good that that's how vote dismissing works, by the way. I'll get back to this in a moment. I've noticed that a recent trend over in... Are you ready? Bring out your bingo cards. Over in World of Warcraft is that in certain versions of the game, with random groups, so Mob Classic, possibly Retail, but definitely Mob Classic, there's this new trend where people will kick someone for nothing. As in, I read a story just this morning about someone who got kicked because they pulled 1 pack instead of 2. And another person said that they, at a different date, had a party saying he was going too fast because he just pulled the boss straight. Like, just pulled the boss with trash and everything. And that was too fast. And the other one was too slow. What do you do then? Like, if you don't do it right, you get kicked instantly. And each group has a different preference. So if you don't do it right, you're just kicked and then hope you get it right next time. And the other one, which is even worse, is people kicking other players just before a boss that drops loot that they want. So like, you fight a boss, that boss drops like a really good weapon for warriors, but there's 2 warriors, so one of the warriors vote kicks the other warrior just before the loot, so that now there isn't a warrior to compete anymore. All of these things are suddenly massively weakened in Final Fantasy XIV because it's just not worth it, man. And again, just real quick, that's really nasty. I've been seeing an uptick in it, but I'm hoping that that's like very few people. Since personal loot in Retail, I guess. But you could still get insta-kicked for not pulling right, I guess. Exactly, Sarahs. Imagine just using words for a moment. And yeah, there might be some truth to that, Ronto. That part of the reason is that a lot of players, quote-unquote, learn how to behave from the streamers. Freezy says League wasn't super toxic. When was that? Before Season 1. I was there. I don't know what season they're on now, but before Season 1. Before Xin Zhao was added to the game. I eventually quit the game because it was being too toxic. Nice. There's a lot more chaos happening here. But you know, I do feel like it's quite interesting. Wait, what? It's possible, Freezy, that it was like just an evolution of it. To be fair, Season 1 was also when Ranked was added. And yeah, also true, in those cases, you either just stop entirely, or like you just report them. It generally is better to be the bigger man. Or woman. Or anything else. No! The Bomberman bomb! What I was saying is, I do like how you can still see the skeleton of the normal version of the fight. But also the fact that there's twice as many colors. Oh, that healer just got to die. And that DPS just got to die. Hey Kane, hope you're doing well too. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Lollipop Pizza. I'll say, Freezy, this fight is pretty chaotic and a little weird. Oh, 2 more deaths. It definitely could have been done better. Like, I'm thinking about the normal version. But I do appreciate that the Alexander fights, many of them have the audacity to assume that the players are going to work together. Oh boy. Overlapping gaze mechanics from different sides. A gobbledygawker. I'm not saying that the newer raids don't have that audacity, but I'm more saying that the raids have become less and less likely to assume that you will, and will focus a lot more on something where, like, you just need to focus on yourself. Which is a little bit of a shame. Oh boy. I'm just saying. That's a lot of deaths. Oh, I am specifically talking about normal Kane. But yeah, still, I suppose the point, the joke applies. That's random. What? Okay. Well done, Zaf. And the team. The one with the buttons on the floor. Oh, that one is cursed. Here's a funny thing about that one, Lollipop Pizza. And to everyone else. Is there some guidelines of what can be in clip reviews? If you check the pinned comment in the clip review room, there is a guideline for what I'm expecting. For instance, if you're showing Final Fantasy XIV footage and I don't clock the sound as being from Final Fantasy XIV, I might not watch it. And alternatively, I might mute it, because I don't know if it's copyrighted, and I don't want to take that risk. It doesn't say that in the guidelines, I believe, but I highly prefer that it is a YouTube video, because then I at least know that they said good on it before I even checked it. It's a good idea you put a description of what's happening. Longer clips will probably get a lot less focused advice or, commentary. So if you're trying to show something that is 30 seconds, then send the 30 seconds or specify the 30 seconds. If you're showing a whole dungeon, then do that. But don't expect that we will pay attention to the whole dungeon in detail. Like, there isn't really any requirements. In fact, I'm pretty sure that you could even send something that isn't Final Fantasy XIV. One time, I think we reviewed cats or dogs. And normally a clean run would kill the boss when the little piggies spawn, but we got to see some more mechanics. Oh boy, is there a minimum length? No. No. You could send a 5-second video if you wanted, if that's what you want to show. But it comes down to what is it that you want me to see? What is it you want me to see? What are we doing? Like, are you looking for advice? Are you showing something that happened? What is it? Like, that's what it comes down to. Also, I usually only review clips that I've already grabbed before the stream. So if you're posting something now, not gonna see it tonight. It's gonna be 2 weeks from now. Aerodil sent a link to the pinned comment that, yeah. What do you mean by 144, Jin? Oh. Yeah, I don't know if it was you that mentioned it, but I did see someone mention it that they could triple weave at 7 ms. It's possible that you can. It's also possible that you're clipping the GCD by so little that you're not noticing. Like, I'm just saying, a lot of players triple weave certain things in the Viper rotation only to realize when it's pointed out to them that they're not. As in, they're clipping. Aren't you able to triple weave with plug-ons right now without clipping? Yes, there is something about that. But it basically comes down to you need an extraordinarily good connection to be able to. But the good news is that you don't really need to. I can also say that, if I remember correctly, I believe FF logs may disqualify logs if there's a substantial amount of successful triple weaving. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, something like that. In some cases, it's because the clip is so short that you don't really notice, or you're not actually paying attention to it when you triple weave, so you didn't actually notice that you clipped. But it is possible with plug-ons to triple weave without clipping. That is possible, based on what I know. But that's the reason why why FF logs will possibly disqualify you if you do it too much, because it shouldn't be. I don't have evidence of it, I've been told. Kane, it will almost certainly say that you weaved incorrectly if you triple weave. It might also not notice because you didn't clip the GCD if you do it perfectly. But yeah, the most clear way to do it would be to, like, record a log of it on, like, a striking dummy or something, and then just put it through Ziv analysis. There, it would basically be able to show you, well, you clipped your GCD there, 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 and there. And you would immediately know whether you're not paying attention or otherwise. Like, here's the thing. If you've ever ran a fight you did through Ziv analysis, it's not uncommon that a 2.50 GCD will be clocked as 2.51. And it's not doing that because, oh yeah, there was downtime. That's not what it's using to determine that, I'm pretty sure. It is determining that by the actual time between your GCDs when it's always spinning. And if you have a wonky frame rate, then it could actually lead to an average GCD of 2.51 instead of 2.50. Similarly, there are players that believe that this frame rate jank doesn't exist, because it's so small that you can't see it. You straight up can't see it. And something like Vice Winder, you have 2.55 seconds to triple weave. Like, I have tried triple weaving there, and I'm like on 20 ms, and when I'm actually paying really close attention, I can see that it still clips by a tiny bit. So it's very possible that what you're seeing is it's so small that if you're not specifically looking for evidence of it, then you don't see it. It's also the same as, like, a lot of the time in some of my Mythbuster videos, someone will say that they have evidence that something works in a specific way, where their only evidence is that they saw it out of the corner of their eye this one time in a duty. So if you don't generally make a point of triple weaving on the regs, and you mainly do it like when you suddenly have to, like you're playing tank and you're doing a burst and you're like, oh no, I need a defensive cooldown too, boom, and then you just continue as if nothing happened. You just like act like, oh, nobody saw that, I don't think. Like, you're not going to pay attention to whether you clipped the GCD there. You might go, I think I nailed it. You might not have nailed it. And some tanks are lenient enough that it doesn't matter. So yeah. There's also an additional thing to that, Jin, is that if you want to be sure, I have a Mythbuster video on this topic specifically. If you want to be sure, test it in a duty. Specifically, use Explorer mode, go into the duty, and spawn a striking dummy and test it there. The reason for that is that there is this server handling stuff that that basically adds extra latency. The amount of extra latency is more when you're not in a duty. Open world content basically gets the not fast lane. So if you want to test this perfectly, as best you can, do it in a duty. I actually show it in that video that there's a very obvious difference. As in, I cannot single weave on Monk on OCE consistently without clipping the GCD. But if I go into a duty, I can just barely make it work. Just barely. Because that's the difference it makes. Which is also the reason why if you practice your rotation on a striking dummy out in the open world, you might feel like there are some things that you suddenly can't do where it usually works in the dungeon. Faithgrin says, I live in 120 ms ping. I just assume I clip every weave. I would say my advice there, Faithgrins, is that on 120... What job are you playing, Faithgrins? Because that might matter a lot. On 120 ms. So, just to clarify, when I do the math on these things, I generally use a pessimistic approach. Mostly Monk and Scholar. Yep, that would do it. So, this is not exact. There are extra jank in the game. Sometimes the game will just give you a 20th of a second less animation lock when you're weaving things. That's just sometimes means that it works anyways. And sometimes it'll give you, when it does that, it will often add an extra 20th of a second to the next thing you do, and weird stuff like that. I don't quite understand it myself, but the point is that some of the things I'm going to say are not going to be 100% accurate every time. But roughly speaking, the average animation lock is 0.6 seconds plus your latency plus server handling. And your latency, you know what your latency is. It's also, thank you, Ardell. It's also worth noting that the higher your latency is, the more likely it is going to be more unpredictable, unless you have some sort of latency mitigation tools like a VPN or something that might help. But the further out it goes, if you're on an average 300 ms, it could swing from 250 to 350, and that makes it harder. It makes it less predictable, and that makes it worse. If only it was perfectly predictable 300, you could play around it. But the server handling is somewhere around 30 ms to 50 ms. And this number is the optimistic one while you are in a duty. 40, so the middle ground, is the optimistic one when you're not in a duty. As in, that should be 30 is the lower bound when you're in a duty. 40 is the lower bound when you're not in a duty. 50 is the upper bound on both. And if you are actively moving, yes, really, it is possible that the duty number leans closer to the pessimistic 50. Which does indeed mean that if you're trying to do a really, really complex weave where you don't want it to be delayed, it's actually possibly optimal to stop moving. Which is absolutely absurd. And it is I can't show that in a video because it's such a small amount that it could just be my own latency fluctuating. But people smarter than me on this specific topic know this. This is this stuff. You know the tools that people use to mitigate latency? This is what they know. This is what they know. This is what they're mitigating. They know this. That's what they use, this information. And if you have a latency of 120, Faithgrin suggested, then that means if you're trying to double weave on a monk in a duty, then your animation lock would be 0.6 plus 0.170, sorry, 120 plus, at best, 0.030. Which would mean on a good day that your animation lock is 0.75. And if you times that by 3, that is more than 2 seconds. And because it is more than 2 seconds, you can't double weave. Just straight, boom, can't. You can single weave. You can easily single weave on this, but you can't double weave on a monk. If we then expand to also looking at Scholar in that section, if you don't have a lot of spell speed, then, I mean, you do the same thing. You have 2.25 seconds for double weave, but that's less than 2.5. So as long as you're not like trying to double weave after a spell with a cast time, you're good. But just to be clear, sometimes players that deal with higher latencies on the regs assume that the reason they can't do certain things is because of their latency. In that specific case, it should be noted that even if you have the best connection on the planet, even if you sit right next to the server, it is not possible to double weave after a spell with a 1.5 second cast time and a GCD of 2.5 seconds. That's a single weave moment. That's all you can do. You straight up just, you can't. You have to use an instant to double weave there. But yeah, Monk is brutal. I think I have mentioned before that like my latency normally is like 20 ms, and if we go through this exact same sequence, like my animation lock should be 0.65, right? And optimally, I put my GCD at 1.93 as Monk. 1.93 divided by 3? You can probably see the problem here. Everything says here that I shouldn't be able to double weave on 20 ms. But I can. It's a little tight. It's a tight squeeze, but I can. And that's what circles back to what I said here up here, that while we know approximately exactly how this works, there are some weird points where it just works anyways. It just works anyways. And yeah, thank you, Freezy, for the clarification. And yeah, basically what I'm getting at is that it is possible that even though your latency and everything else, all the mechanics of the game says you can't, it is possible that latency jank said, we'll give you this one. It's possible. Case in point, I don't have the footage of that, so you just have to take my word for it. There was this one time where I was recording footage for something with Summoner. I was specifically showing something level 60 Summoner. So I used Dreadworm Trance, and then I do the Astral Impulses and everything. And I do 6 Astral Impulses. Great, and I continue onward. Then on the 1 minute, I only get 5. I did it exactly right, but I couldn't fit 6. And I, of course, had to re-record that because I needed to get it right every time. That's a lot of my combat footage of those striking dummy situations. I'm basically redoing the clip until I get it right. And sometimes it takes a while. That there wasn't me goofing it up. Because I looked when I goofed it. I'm pretty sure I moused over my GCD. I might even have done it after cutting the camera, which is problematic, right? But I had a GCD of 2.5. But I didn't realize there was a problem until 1 minute in, when it didn't work the second time. Which is to say, if the latency jank and the game jank plays perfectly, then a summoner with 0 spell speed would be able to fit 6 astral impulses in their Dreadworm trance. No explanation beyond that. Just that can happen. So it is perfectly possible that you have managed to triple weave without clipping your GCD, and it just so happened that the stars aligned and the game happened to, like, basically what I said with sometimes they give you like a 20th of a second less animation lock. They might have given you that right there, and that happened to be exactly the difference you needed. And you didn't notice. But it is also possible that you just didn't notice that you clipped your GCD, which is, considering that you probably didn't, like most of us probably don't sit and practice triple weaving. So it is most likely that the situations where you would incidentally triple weave is in a combat situation and you are weaving something that you hadn't originally planned to weave. And that all culminates in a situation where it is extremely unlikely that you actually paid attention to whether you clipped or not. And I've talked about this before. Our memories are not very, very trustworthy. If you believe you didn't clip, then your mind will remember that you didn't clip. If you know exactly how it would look if you didn't clip, your brain will be able to produce exactly that memory, even though that wasn't what happened. Absolutely wild. And really annoying, too. Imagine if we could just remember things, instead of the brain just going, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember that, and then they just, like, use a crayon to kind of draw it in, go, yeah, that's pretty much it, right? I think we have time for one last clip. Yeah, that's true, Jin. The brain is actually making up everything because it has to, because there's a delay from our eyes to the brain. So what we're actually experiencing is the brain's interpretation. And then it bases that interpretation on, presumably, the data that it eventually processes from the eyes later. Funny stuff. How about we take... I'm guessing Ham has left. But Ham usually doesn't mind that we check the clip without him. And it is the newer clip of our reclears. Oh, Ham is there. Please don't make me think about how reality works. Oh, Ham is here. Fantastic. We haven't pulled yet. I wanted to do an M7S clip at the last because I know there are some people, possibly Zaf, that might want to proc this or is proccing this blind and don't want to get spoiled. So instead of putting it like in the middle so they have to go and come back, I do it at the end so that, like, maybe you'll come back. But if you don't want to see M7S done by us, then this is your opportunity to escape. A quick recap for those that don't see the Savage streams. Sometimes people ask if this is the EU strat. We basically just mishmash our strats based on what we want. We just do whatever we feel like. We will use the strats, but we sometimes use strats from all over the world just because that's the way that works for us. And sometimes we'll use a strat that is actually bad, and we might even recognize that it is bad, and we'll just conclude that it's not worth the effort of relearning the fight with a different strat, so we just don't bother. This is also the first clear. Oh.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Nice. Oh, will you have enough MP for TBN? Or does that not matter? I guess not. Getting the 100% uptime here is way safer than Milo makes it look. I mean... I'm just gonna real quick preempt and say it is possible that Milo's GCD won't be as perfectly lined up with the timing of the boss as yours. It probably is, but it might not. Because Milo's not the one pulling. So it might not be equally safe for you. Oh yeah! There's a little Kai marker. Look at me! Me escaping my ley lines? Nope. Oh my. That was a funny move on my end. I decided to go all the way under the boss. And then, oh right, it's a circle. Oh yeah, this is overlapping with the 2-minute, isn't it? Oh dear. Oh, that was a clean finish. Yeah, exactly, Naomi. I wouldn't know about that. That is like that whole initial opening phase. I use ley lines right in the opener, and then I use a ley line during the ad phase because that's the only other time I feel like there's an opportunity to actually use it. And even that is shaky. And I do the same here. I don't even get to finish the ley lines. I only get to finish the ley lines if it does circle. If it does donut, I have to escape early. Which is why I'm always disappointed when we get donut. Indeed, Mew. Just stay on the line if donut and tank it. I don't want the damage down. It's not worth it. Let's count wasted MP by overcap or similar. How about putting down ley lines, jumping to a healer after the AoE for heals, then jumping back? It's a good idea, Mew, but the problem is that the AoE is immediately followed by Glower, and I have a specific spot for that, which is not where the ley lines are. And my spot is impossible to know at the time where I put the ley lines. And if I remember correctly, when I have to run, there's usually like 2 GZDs left in it. So I run away using 1 GZD, and by the time I can run back, like, the ley lines are gone. So it's like, even if that was my spot... The blood spiller called to you. You'll get a damage down if you overshield enough with mana shield and TBN to negate the damage. I don't think that's enough to negate the damage. It's physical damage on a mage. And yeah, that is true. It's also possible it actually wouldn't have overcapped. So that Bloodspiller might have just been free. The one that Ham is distraught they lost. It would have overcapped. Are you sure? You know what? Now I'm rewinding to check. So now you're at 50. When you use Delirium, you would go up by 30. Now you would be at 70. In fact, 1 GCD sooner you would have been at 70. You're at 70 and there are 2 GCDs. You might also want to take a look at the MP on the 1 minute before that. No, I do recognize that you're keeping track of how much MP you lost. I'm talking about the Bloodspiller and just the Bloodspiller. If you hadn't used Bloodspiller, then you would be 1 GZD further forward, which means that your next GZD would have been Soul Leader, which would have put you at 40. And yes, I can see the problem. I can see the problem. You're caught between losing 20 gauge or losing a Bloodspiller and Burst. Yeah, I see it.
The destruction appears to have started a fire.
But I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't be enough with TBN and Mana Ward. There's also the part that I'd rather have that Mana Ward for something else. And I can't be sure Ham would give that to me. And there's, again, also the part that my destination after that specific ley line at the start of Phase 2, where I'm going next, is, like, to a corner. So I'd probably rather want to chase the donut. It's just that when it's circle, then I can start running as the circle appears. And I just have to run straight to the safe spot. Yeah, exactly, Ham. Imagine if randomly in Phase 2, depending on what the boss does, you would need to keep a TBN for me. Wouldn't that be weird? I appreciate the dedication of putting the wasted MP in the corner, especially if it stays at 100 for the rest of the fight. Ignored the moment where it jumped around? I don't think I had noticed that it was there that time. Oh yeah, that was something we had wiped to a few times. An ad over from Milo suddenly chasing. And no one died. Oh, thanks. Oh, nice. Huh. Yeah, I didn't notice that. I definitely didn't notice that. Crayons. Uh-oh. You tried.
Is this the end? The challenger rises.
You really tried.
They turn this around.
How much damage does that do? It's okay. Thank you for coming. We're probably rounding up in a little bit too.
Looks like someone isn't holding back.
The classic mouse. Oh. Ah, right. I guess it went up by 3,000 when it just went poof on Naomi. Yeah, nice. I would like to add, like with those kind of things, where it's like you put like a number somewhere. If it doesn't change for a really long time, my suggestion would be to like make some sort of visual indication. Like if it was me doing that, I would probably have, you know, my classic pink arrow. I'd probably just have it like a ding sound or something and point down there like, oh look, this changed. Because I didn't notice. Like as you saw, I didn't even notice that the 100 was there. Until like way later. And then I noticed like the 3,000 was added to it like a minute later again. I'm not saying that that's something you needed to do, but I'm just saying that the viewer experience is that like I'm trying to look at everything. You know what works and what you need to focus on and what you need to look at. I'm looking at everything and I don't know what's important. And technically that was a red on like not a red background, but a background that changed color a lot. Is a red with like a black outline. But you don't even have to add a sound, but just add something. Like more than just... And then the thing is changed. That indicators around both the dark side timer and MP numbers when it was getting spicy. Did you also have a text on the right? When that was happening? check this out. I'm looking here. I'm looking here. I'm reading this. When I'm done reading this, I'm looking here. I might be looking here. Eventually. Oh, look. What's that? Unless I'm looking for something in your hotbars, I'm probably looking at the fight and where you are and what you're doing. I'm looking here. Like, you see all that? You see all that? I didn't see any of it because I looked at that. Guess who forgot to use an edge to manage MP properly? I also know that I paused when this appeared. I didn't see that. I didn't see this or that. And then it was over. And then I looked at this again. Actually, I think I missed this. I might have been talking about something else. So that's on me. But, yeah, my suggestion is if you have a text here and something is happening here, put an arrow. Or put the text there. Because I'll be looking at this. And then eventually I'll notice that. I'm sad that I didn't notice your impressive work here. But yeah, other than that, I feel like it's... And see, now I notice this. And now I understand what you meant by guess who forgot to use an edge to manage MP properly. But yeah, I think that was good. But yeah. We didn't get all of the clips done. But we got some clips done. And yeah, it's that's just how it is sometimes. We had new patch stuff to talk about. And we also had like some clip review parts where we spent extra time on specific clips, which I think is also fine. And maybe we'll get everything done next time. Or maybe we won't. As I said, when we have these periods where we suddenly have a lot more clips, it's possible that I will get to a clip when it is really old, or we just have to determine that we're just not going to see it. Like we just can't. At this point, it's too old and it's almost weird. It's particularly bad if it's like a clip where someone asks for advice, which is why I'm trying to prioritize them. But when it's something where it's like maybe a clear or something, then it's like, yeah, I cleared it like 5 times since then. I might as well send a new clip. And that's a little bit awkward. I'm trying my best. And it's also like, once we start on the clips, we certainly don't have nearly as much time to talk about, you know, people have questions, things they want to ask about, and I want to cover that too. But I think that will be where we will round up the stream. So if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream, but like other people to enjoy it as well. So thanks so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the announcement room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when you go live. You'll also find the clip review room, which is where I grab the clips just before I start one of these streams. I also write down the links somewhere else so I don't have to scroll back up and find which ones I forgot. I just have a list so I don't forget anything. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link right there in the chat from Aradil. It all helps support me and the channel directly so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thanks so much for the support. But that'll be all from me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where you are in the world, and hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!